Have you ever walked deep into the woods, so far from the trail that the sounds of the city completely disappear? You're surrounded by nothing but ancient trees, the whisper of the wind, and the crunch of leaves under your feet. It's peaceful, beautiful, but there's also a feeling, isn't there? A sense that you're a guest in a world that is vast, wild, and holds secrets far older than we are. Welcome to the Appalachian Mountains, a sprawling, breathtaking wilderness that stretches for thousands of miles. Every year, millions of people come here to hike, camp, and escape. But not everyone who enters these woods comes out, and some who do are never quite the same. The people who know these forests best aren't the tourists or the adventurers. They are the forest rangers, the sentinels of our national parks. They're the ones who patrol the lonely trails, who search for the lost, and who sometimes stumble upon things that defy all explanation. In tonight's video, we're sharing a collection of true, chilling stories directly from the men and women who have worked as park rangers in the heart of the Appalachians. These aren't your typical campfire tales. These are first-hand accounts of strange encounters, baffling disappearances, and the kind of spine-tingling events that happen when you're alone in the deep, dark woods. So, turn down the lights, get comfortable, and prepare to hear what really goes on in our nation's most beautiful, and sometimes most terrifying, national parks. My official Park Service name is Stancil Walker. It's the name on the transfer paperwork that brought me here, to the dense, rolling expanse of the Appalachian Mountains, just over a year ago. Before this, I was stationed at Yosemite. Out there, the wilderness feels honest, sculpted on a scale that inspires awe rather than intimacy. You can stand on a granite dome and see for 100 miles. The landscape laid out before you like a map of itself. Vast, open, and without deceit. You always know where you stand in the grand scheme of things. Here, it's different. The Appalachians don't grandstand. They lean in close. The woods are a thick, tangled weave of laurel and rhododendron, the ancient hills worn smooth by time, their secrets held tight beneath a blanket of fog and foliage. The trees press in on all sides, their branches interlocking overhead to form a ceiling that blots out the sky. It's a personal, almost claustrophobic wilderness. And it lies. It whispers false promises with the rustle of leaves and lays down paths that lead to nowhere you'd ever want to go. In Yosemite, the dangers are clear: a fall from a great height, a sudden blizzard, a bear. Here, the dangers are quieter, more cerebral. The woods themselves can feel like a predator, and getting lost is not merely a matter of losing your bearings, but of losing your mind. For the past 4 months, we'd been engaged in a frustrating game of cat and mouse with a particularly brazen poacher. This wasn't some weekend opportunist looking to bag a deer out of season. This man was a ghost, a local legend whispered about at the general store. He moved through the backcountry with a familiarity that bordered on supernatural, leaving behind little more than the occasional spent shell casing and the professionally butchered carcasses of his kills. He knew the terrain better than we did, better than the topographical maps we relied on. He understood the hidden ways of the mountains, the game trails that were little more than memories in the undergrowth, the hollows that swallowed sound, and the ridges that distorted sightlines. He had embarrassed every ranger on the force, including me, and the pressure from the superintendent's office was mounting. The chase began on a crisp, late autumn morning. The air had that clean, sharp bite to it, and the forest floor was a kaleidoscope of fallen leaves, red, gold, and brown. I found his tracks near a salt lick, deep in the park's western sector. A fresh set of boot prints, their brand distinctive, their stride long and confident. He was heading deep, pushing into a section of the park officially designated as undeveloped. There are no marked trails in that territory, no campsites, no ranger cabins. It's a blank spot on the public map, a place left to its own devices, and for good reason. The terrain is a chaotic jumble of steep ravines, boulder fields, and impenetrable thickets. We only ever went in for emergencies, and even then, we went in teams. But his tracks were clear, and my blood was up. This was the closest anyone had gotten in months. I radioed in my position and my intent, the dispatcher's voice crackling back, with a note of caution I chose to ignore. Pride can be a dangerous compass. I had my pack, my service rifle, and a top-of-the-line GPS unit. I was a professional and expert tracker. I felt confident, even cocky. The forest, however, had other ideas. An hour into the pursuit, his tracks veered sharply, leaving the faint trace of a deer run and joining a path I'd never seen before. It wasn't on any of my maps. It was a game trail, but unlike any I was familiar with. It was too clear, too well defined. The leaf litter swept away as if by a broom. It cut through the dense undergrowth with an unnatural ease. My instincts screamed at me to stop, to reconsider, but the poacher's tracks were right there, leading me on. I followed. That's when the strangeness began, subtly at first. My GPS, a reliable companion on 100 other patrols, started to glitch. The satellite signal, usually rock solid even under a heavy canopy, began to flicker and bounce. My position on the digital map jumped erratically, showing me a quarter-mile east 1 second, then half a mile south the next, as if the very mountains were made of some signal, devouring ore. I switched it off in frustration, falling back on my compass and my own senses. But the trail itself was the most unsettling part. It defied logic. It would switch back sharply on a perfectly flat piece of ground, doubling back on itself for no discernible reason. It seemed to descend steeply into a dark, misty hollow, the air growing cold and damp, only for me to find myself, minutes later, standing on the very same ridge I thought I had just left without any memory of having climbed. The sense of dislocation was profound. I paused, pulling out my compass again. I held it flat in my palm and waited for the needle to settle. It never did. It spun lazily, a slow, drunken circle. Utterly useless, as if the magnetic poles of the earth had simply ceased to exist in this particular stretch of woods. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. I looked up from the useless compass and truly saw the trees for the first time. They weren't growing right. Their trunks, thick and ancient, didn't reach for the sky in the way a tree should. They bowed and twisted at impossible, agonizing angles. They bent like elbows, spiraled like corkscrews. Their branches weaving together not in a random canopy, but in a dizzying, geometric pattern that seemed to repeat into infinity. It was a perfect, intricate lattice of bark and leaves, but it was a pattern my brain couldn't properly process. Looking at it for more than a few seconds made my head swim and a wave of nausea roll through me. It was like staring at a page of non-Euclidean geometry brought to life, a living architecture built on principles that defied the natural world as I knew it. The forest was sick. It was wrong, and the path was its symptom. With a surge of cold, sickening dread, the realization washed over me. This wasn't a trail through the woods, worn down by the passage of men or animals. This was a feature of the woods. It felt intentional. It felt designed. I was walking through something that was aware of my presence. The conviction struck me with the force of a physical blow. This was not a path. It was a lure, a trap, a predatory organ woven from the very fabric of the forest. And I had walked right into its maw. Panic is a corrosive thing. It's not a clean break, but a slow, seeping acid that dissolves reason and leaves behind only raw, animal instinct. My training, my years of experience, all of it evaporated in the face of that single, horrifying certainty the path was alive, and I was inside it. My first instinct was to run. Not back the way I came. The thought of plunging deeper into that geometric gullet was unthinkable. But sideways, off the path into the normal. Woods I could see just yards away. I needed to break free from its grip. I lunged to my left, crashing through a curtain of tangled rhododendron leaves. The branches whipped at my face and snagged at my clothes, their resistance feeling solid and real. For a few frantic moments, I felt a surge of hope. I was scrambling, fighting, putting distance between myself and the unnatural trail. I pushed through a thicket of mountain laurel, their waxy leaves cool against my skin, and stumbled into a small clearing. I paused, gasping for breath, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I had done it. I was off the path. But when I looked back, my blood ran cold. The path was there. Not behind me, where it should have been, but directly in front of me, curving gently round the clearing as if it had been waiting for me all along. It was impossible. I had run in a straight line, yet here it was, cutting off my escape. The forest hadn't changed. The path had simply repositioned itself, flowing like a river around my desperate attempt to flee. The sense of being herded, of being a mouse in a maze designed by a malevolent intelligence, was overwhelming. I tried again, this time to the right. I ran with my eyes fixed on a specific landmark, a massive, lightning-scarred oak tree about 50 yards away. I would run to it, touch its bark, and prove to myself that I could still navigate, that the world still obeyed the basic laws of physics. I put my head down and charged, ignoring the branches that clawed at me, my boots sinking into the soft, damp earth. I didn't stop, didn't look back, until my hand slapped against the rough, familiar texture of the oak's trunk. I leaned against it, my lungs burning. A wild, triumphant laugh bubbling in my throat. I had beaten it. I had imposed my will on this place. But the triumph was short-lived. As my breathing slowed, a new sound reached my ears, a soft, rhythmic rustling. I slowly turned my head, my gaze following the sound. There, not 10 feet from the base of the oak tree, was the path. It lay there patiently, the leaves on its surface seeming to shimmer and shift in a breeze I couldn't feel. It hadn't just moved. It had anticipated me. That's when the true mind-numbing terror set in. This wasn't just a physical trap, it was a psychological one. It was designed to break its victims' will, to erode their sanity until they simply gave up. The poacher, he hadn't been caught or attacked. He had been led along this same, impossible trail. How long had he been in here? Hours. Days. How long did he run, fighting against the inevitable, before he finally understood? My frantic energy drained away, replaced by a cold, watchful dread. I started walking again, but this time I stayed on the path. Fighting was useless. My only hope was to see where it was taking me, to understand the process. The poacher's tracks were still there, a constant, mocking reminder that I was not the first. The silence of the woods was absolute. No bird song, no chittering squirrels, not even the buzz of an insect. The only sound was the crunch of my own boots on the strange, clean, swept dirt. The air was still and heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something vaguely metallic and sweet, like old blood. Then I found the first piece. His backpack. It was set neatly beside a moss-covered log, almost as if he had stopped for a rest. It wasn't dropped or thrown, it was placed. The straps were buckled, the zippers closed. I cautiously opened the main compartment. Inside was his gear, a water filter, a small first aid kit, several neatly packaged blocks of jerky, and dried fruit. Everything was in perfect order. There was no sign of a struggle, no indication of panic. It was the pack of a man who intended to pick it up again in a moment. But the poacher's tracks continued on, leaving his vital supplies behind. 100 yards further down the winding path, I found his rifle. It was a high-powered hunting rifle with a beautiful walnut stock and a top-of-the-line scope. It was leaning against a twisted birch tree, its barrel pointing harmlessly at the ground. Again, it was placed with care, not discarded. A hunter like him would sooner abandon a limb than his custom rifle. It was his livelihood, his identity. To leave it behind was an act of surrender. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. What could make a man like that give up his weapon so placidly? The path continued its nonsensical journey, and the feeling of being watched intensified. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, my every move observed by the warped, geometric canopy above. The forest was digesting me, not my body, but my identity, my purpose. I was a park ranger. I had a rifle, a badge, a duty. But what were those things in here? They were meaningless concepts, stripped of all authority. Next, I found his boots. They were sitting side by side, perfectly parallel in the exact center of the path. The laces were still tied. This was the most disturbing discovery yet. A man might shed his pack to lighten his load. He might abandon his rifle in a moment of despair. But to take off his boots in the middle of the wilderness, to place them so deliberately, and to continue on barefoot, that wasn't the action of a sane man. That was a ritual, an offering. He was no longer trying to escape. He was participating in his own dissolution. The final piece was his jacket. It was a heavy, waxed canvas jacket, the kind a man could live in. It was folded. Not tossed, not crumpled, but folded neatly as if for storage in a dresser drawer, and laid carefully upon a flat, mossy rock. There was no sign of him. No blood, no torn cloth, no indication of violence. There was only the trail of his possessions, a breadcrumb trail of his unraveling. It was as if the path had demanded a toll at each turn, and he had paid it without protest. He had been neatly unpacked, piece by piece, stripped of his gear, his protection, and finally, his humanity. I stood there, staring at the folded jacket, the silence pressing in on me. The poacher wasn't just lost, he was gone, erased, and I was next on the menu. I knew with absolute certainty that if I stayed on that path, my own gear would soon be joining his. My pack, my rifle, my boots. The path would take them all, one by one, until there was nothing left of Ranger Stancil Walker. I stood before the poacher's neatly folded jacket, the silence of the forest a physical weight on my shoulders. The air was thick, still, and smelled of decay and that faint, sweet odor of old blood. The path stretched onward from the mossy rock, clean and inviting. its gentle curve disappearing behind a stand of impossibly twisted trees. It was waiting for me. It had finished its meal, tatied up the leftovers, and was ready for the next course. My course. A strange sense of calm washed over me, the kind that follows the initial wave of panic. It was the calm of absolute certainty. I knew the rules of the game now. If I continued down that path, I would eventually feel an undeniable urge to set down my own pack. A little further on, my rifle would feel impossibly heavy, an object alien to this place, and I would lean it against a tree. Then my boots, then my jacket. I would participate in my own erasure, just as the poacher had. It was a process of digestion, and the path's primary enzyme was despair. It broke down your will, your identity, your very sense of self, until all you wanted to do was comply. But seeing the final piece of the poacher laid bare, his folded jacket, an act of final, pathetic neatness, sparked something other than fear. It sparked anger, a hot, defiant rage that burned through the cold dread. This place, this predatory stretch of woods, didn't deserve my compliance. The poacher, for all his crimes against the park, didn't deserve to be unmade, to be reduced to a ghost story. And I would not be next. I looked at the tools of my trade, the things that defined me as Ranger Stancil Walker, my GPS, my compass. In the world outside this bubble of wrongness, they were instruments of truth and logic. Here, they were tools of deception. The path had used them against me, turning my reliance on technology into a vulnerability. To hold on to them was to continue playing the game by the house rules, and the house always wins. With a sudden, decisive movement, I unclipped the GPS from my shoulder strap. I didn't place it down gently. I didn't offer it up. I drew my arm back with all my strength into the gnarled, geometric mess of the trees. It vanished into the dark foliage without a sound, swallowed instantly. Next, I took out my compass. I stared for a moment at the lazily spinning needle, a perfect symbol of the broken logic of this place. I threw it in the opposite direction. I was blind now by conventional standards. I had willingly discarded the very instruments designed to save a lost man. Now, for the final act of defiance. The path had a current, a flow. I could feel it, a subtle but constant pressure against my mind, a psychic nudge that urged me forward along its clean, swept surface. It was the easy way. It was the right way, according to the forest's twisted sanity. To escape, I had to do the one thing the path wasn't designed for. I had to walk against the current. I closed my eyes. I shut out the sight of the inviting trail and the warped trees. I focused inward, searching for that gentle, insistent push. It was there, a faint but undeniable sensation, like a magnetic field, trying to guide me along the curve of the path. It felt like common sense. It felt like survival. I took a deep breath, turned my body until that pressure was directly at my back, and I began to walk forward, into the thick, untamed wilderness. I was walking in the direction that felt utterly and completely wrong. Every step was a battle of will. I was pushing through dense, resisting undergrowth. Thorny vines snagged my clothes, and unseen roots grabbed at my ankles. The forest floor was a chaotic mess of rocks and fallen logs, a stark contrast to the smooth, clear trail I had abandoned. But the physical struggle was nothing compared to the mental one. The pressure from the path was immense, a constant siren song calling me to turn back. "You're going the wrong way," it seemed to whisper in the rustling leaves. "This is foolish. The path is safe. Come back." The geometry of the woods seemed to warp around me in protest. trees seemed to shift and move in my peripheral vision. The ground would suddenly feel like it was tooting steeply, trying to spill me back towards the trail. I heard sounds, a twig snapping just behind me, a low murmur that sounded almost like my name being called. I ignored it all. I kept my eyes focused on the few feet of ground in front of me. My arms held up to shield my face, and I just kept walking, one agonizing step at a time, pushing against the invisible tide. I don't know how long I walked. Time, like direction, had lost all meaning. It could have been minutes, or it could have been hours. My body ached, my face was scratched and bleeding, and my mind was frayed to the breaking point by the relentless psychological assault. The urge to simply stop, to turn around and surrender to the easy way, was almost overwhelming. I thought about the poacher's boots sitting so neatly side by side, and the image gave me a fresh surge of defiant energy. Then something changed. The pressure began to lessen. The whispers faded. The woods began to look normal. The trunks of the trees straightened out, reaching for the sky as they should. The canopy above was a random, natural tangle of branches, not a maddening, geometric pattern. I heard a bird sing, a loud, clear chirp that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I stumbled forward, breaking through a final line of dense foliage, and my boots hit the hard, packed gravel of a fire road. I fell to my knees, blinking in the bright, warm afternoon sun. The light felt like a physical blessing, a cleansing force washing over me. I looked back at the wall of trees I had just emerged from. It was just a normal stretch of Appalachian forest, deep, green, and utterly silent. There was no sign of a path, no trace of the wrongness that had almost consumed me. It was as if it had never existed. I sat there for a long time, on the edge of the fire road, the rifle heavy across my lap. The poacher was never found. He became another local legend, a man who walked into the mountains and simply vanished. No one else would ever know the truth. They'd think he just ran or got taken by a bear. But I know what happened. I was there. I walked the path that unmade him. Some places in these mountains don't just get you lost. They take you apart, piece by piece, until nothing is left. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you can find your way out. But you don't come back whole. My official designation is Fletcher Hedrick, Seasonal Fire Lookout for the Appalachian District, Great Smoky Mountains National Park. For the past 15 years, from the first thaw of late April until the last stubborn leaves fall in November, my post has been the Mount Sterling Fire Tower. It's a steel lattice skeleton with a 14 by 14 foot cabin bolted to the top, 60 feet above the highest point of the ridge. The official service logs I keep are filled with dry, factual entries: wind speed, humidity, visibility, smoke reports. They are a record of facts, of observable phenomena. But the truth of this place, the real truth, cannot be logged in a government-issued ledger. For a decade and a half, this isolation was a balm. In the world below, life is a cacophony of demands and distractions. Up here, there is only the symphony of silence, a composition of wind whistling through the tower's steel girders, the distant caw of a raven riding a thermal, the gentle creak of the cabin as it warms in the morning sun. Just me, the sky, and 100 miles of green, rolling ridges in every direction. The mountains unfold below like a crumpled, ancient blanket. I've watched summer thunderstorms form over the plot balsams to the east, their anvil-shaped clouds magnificent and menacing. I've seen the autumn colors sweep across, valleys like a slow motion wildfire, a breathtaking spectacle of crimson and gold. I know the exact notch in the western ridge, where the sun will set on the summer solstice. This tower is more my home than any house I've ever lived in. I like the quiet. Or, more accurately, I did. This season began like all the others. The hike up the Baxter Creek Trail was strenuous, my pack heavy with books, canned goods, and the small comforts that would last me until the next supply drop. I aired out the cabin, swept away the mouse droppings, and fired up the two-way radio to check in with the main ranger station down in Cataloochee Valley. The first 2 weeks were bliss. The air was crisp, the visibility was perfect, and the familiar solitude settled over me like a well-worn coat. I was back where I belonged. It was during the third week that the symphony acquired a new, unwelcome instrument. It wasn't a sound, not in the traditional sense. It was a feeling, a vibration that seemed to bice my ears entirely and resonate deep within my chest cavity. A low, sub-audible hum. I first noticed it when I was sitting at my small desk, logging the afternoon weather. The water in my glass, sitting perfectly still on the desk, had developed a series of microscopic, concentric ripples on its surface. I put my hand flat on the concrete floor of the cabin. It was there, a deep, steady thrumming like a colossal diesel engine idling miles beneath the earth. It was so low on the frequency spectrum that it felt more like a change in pressure than a noise. My logical mind, the part trained to observe and report, immediately went through a checklist. Was it the generator? I hadn't run it in days. The radio equipment. It was silent. A structural vibration from the wind. The air was dead calm. I spent the better part of an afternoon checking every bolt I could reach, walking the perimeter of the tower's base, listening. I found nothing. The hum remained, a constant, physical presence that vibrated up through the steel legs of the tower and into my bones. The old timers down in the valley have a name for unexplained booms and rumbles heard in these mountains, ski-quakes. But this wasn't a sudden event. It was a constant, tireless drone. It felt deeper, more fundamental, more ancient. A week later, the smells began. I was brewing my morning coffee, watching the dawn paint the eastern sky in shades of rose and violet. The air was still and dry, a perfect autumn morning. Then, the cabin filled with the sharp, clean scent of ozone and wet granite. It was the distinct smell that follows a lightning strike, a smell I knew intimately. But the sky was cloudless. There was no storm, nor had there been one for days. I stuck my head out the window, sniffing the air. Nothing. The scent was confined to the cabin, as if a single bolt of lightning had discharged itself within the four walls, leaving only its spectral perfume behind. I dismissed it as a trick of the mind. The doctors have a word for it, phantasmia. A hallucination of the senses, often brought on by long periods of isolation. I was a man of science and reason. I understood the psychological pressures of my job. It was a plausible, rational explanation. And maybe it was, at first. But the phantom smells became a regular occurrence, each one distinct and strangely evocative. Sometimes it would be the overwhelming aroma of pine sap, so thick I'd find myself checking my boots for sticky residue. On other days, it was the smell of damp, freshly turned earth, rich and loamy, as if a giant had just dug a furrow through the heart of the mountain. It was the smell of a crypt, of a cave, of a place that had not seen the sun in a million years. The rational part of my brain screamed phantasmia, but another, more primal part of me began to feel a creeping dread. These weren't random smells. They were the elemental sense of the mountain itself, its rock, its soil, its lifeblood. The hum and the smells began to weave together, creating a tapestry of sensory information that defied logic. The feeling grew, subtly at first, then with undeniable force. It was the sense of a vast, sleeping consciousness surrounding me. I wasn't perched on a mountain. I was a flea on the hide of some immense, living creature. The slow, patient erosion of the rock was the sloughing of its skin. The shifting of the tectonic plates, a process I'd only ever read about, was the slow, rhythmic beating of its heart. The hum was its breath, a deep, subterranean respiration that cycled over hours, not seconds. I was a tiny, insignificant microbe on the back of a Leviathan, and after 15 years of my persistent presence, it was starting to notice me. The comforting solitude of my job twisted into a terrifying, profound intimacy. The line between solitude and madness is a razor's edge, and I was beginning to feel its cold, sharp kiss against my sanity. The first few days after my realization that I was a guest on a living entity were a blur of heightened, terrified awareness. Every gust of wind was no longer just wind. It was an exhalation. Every tremor in the floorboards was no longer a settling of the tower. It was a muscular contraction beneath me. My world had been turned inside out. The familiar landscape I had memorized over 15 years was now alien territory, the skin of a god I knew nothing about. My official duties became a farce. I would sit at my desk, the government-issued logbook open, and stare at the columns for wind direction and relative humidity, as if they were written in a dead language. What was the point of logging the weather on the creature's skin, when the creature itself was the weather? What fire could be a greater threat than the slow, grinding consciousness that was stirring from its wounds? Long slumber. The logbook, once a symbol of my purpose and professionalism, now felt like an insult to the scale of what was truly happening. After a week of pretending, I put the official logbook away. I slid it under my cot and took out a simple, leather-bound journal I used for personal notes. On the first page, I wrote Mount Sterling Log, unofficial. My hand trembled slightly. This was a line I knew I couldn't uncross. I wasn't a park ranger anymore. I was something else. A seismologist of the soul, a biologist studying a single, planet-sized organism. My first entry was simple: October 3rd. The humming is deeper today. A resonant B-flat, I think. It feels content. The smell of wet soil was strong at dawn. It rained 200 miles east. No connection logically, but it felt connected. It felt like a deep, satisfied sigh. I had started logging its moods. The loneliness of the job, which had morphed into a terrifying intimacy, now transformed again. It became a constant, nerve-shredding vigil. I was watching for signs, for any indication of its disposition. A rock slide on the western face was no longer a simple geological event. I logged it as a restless twitch in its sleep. A sudden, inexplicable upwelling of a spring near the trailhead, reported by a group of startled hikers over the radio. Was it clearing its throat? I felt its presence in the way the clouds clung to the summit. They were no longer random meteorological formations. They would gather even on calm days, moving with a strange, deliberate purpose, wrapping the tower in a thick, gray shroud that muffled the world. Inside the fog, the humming would intensify, and the air would grow thick with the scent of ozone. It felt like being brought close for inspection, like a specimen being examined under a vast, cloudy lens. One afternoon, the clouds were particularly strange. Instead of a uniform bank, they formed long, sinewy tendrils that snaked through the valleys, moving against the prevailing wind. They converged on the ridges around me, weaving together like threads in a great loom, creating a net of vapor that isolated my peak from the rest of the world. It was beautiful and utterly unnatural. I watched, breathless, as the pattern held for nearly an hour before dissipating as quickly as it had formed. My entry for that day: read its thinking. The clouds are its thoughts, vast and slow, made manifest in the sky. I don't know what it's thinking about, but I felt scrutinized. The auditory phenomena began to change too. The constant hum was now punctuated by other sounds carried on the wind. They weren't distinct, not like voices or animal calls. They were more complex. Sometimes it was a sound like immense stone blocks grinding together far away. Other times, it was a high, keening whistle that seemed to come from the rock of the summit itself. A sound of immense pressure being released. I started leaving my windows cracked open at night, straining to listen. I was losing sleep, my face gone in the small mirror above my dry sink, my eyes wide and dark. The true turning point, the moment rationalization died completely, came on a perfectly clear, moonless night. The hum was agitated, rising in pitch and intensity until the very fillings in my teeth seemed to vibrate in sympathy. The water in my glass was not just rippling, it was shivering. I stood in the center of the cabin, my hand on the Osborne fire finder, the brass instrument cool beneath my trembling fingers. The magnetic needle of my compass, which for 15 years had pointed steadfastly north, began to twitch. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, it spun. It broke free of the planet's magnetic field, turning clockwise, then counter-clockwise, a frantic, useless dance. It was no longer listening to the planet, it was listening to the mountain. At the same moment, the two-way radio crackled to life. It wasn't the usual hiss of static. It was a rhythmic, patterned pulse. A series of deep, guttural clicks and pops, like rocks tumbling in a landslide, arranged in a sequence that was undeniably intelligent. It wasn't a language of biology, of throats and tongues. It was a language of geology, of stress and fracture, of pressure and release. It lasted for 10 seconds, a brief, impossible broadcast from the heart of the world, and then it fell silent. The radio hissed. The compass needle slowed, shuddered, and once again found north. The hum receded to its normal bone, deep thrum. I stumbled back and fell onto my cot, gasping for air as if I had been underwater. It was a message, a signal, not for me necessarily. I was simply in the way, a nerve ending on the surface that had felt the signal pass. The phantasmia, the skyquakes, the spinning compass, it wasn't in my head, it was real. A power that could bend magnetic fields and speak through radio waves was awake and active beneath my feet. My scientific worldview shattered into a million pieces, and in its place was only a terrifying, sublime truth. I was in constant, terrifying communion with the spirit of this place, the genius loci, and I had absolutely no idea what it was going to do next. The days following the radio incident were the quietest I had ever experienced on the mountain. But it was not the peaceful, restorative quiet I had once cherished. It was the coiled, watchful silence of a predator. The hum beneath my feet had settled into its familiar thrum, but I could now feel the immense, restrained power behind it. The mountain knew that I knew. The pretense was over. I stopped making entries in my unofficial logbook. There was no need to document the twitch of a muscle when you could feel the entire body tensing around you. I barely ate. Sleep came only in short, frantic bursts, and I would awaken with my heart pounding, certain the tower was about to be shaken from its foundation. I considered using the radio to call for help, to report what? That my compass had spun, that the mountain was whispering to me. They would have me evacuated and sent for a psychiatric evaluation before I could finish the sentence. The rangers who would replace me would see only trees and rock. They would log the weather and watch for smoke, blissfully unaware of the colossal mind dreaming beneath them. The thought filled me with a strange, protective terror. I was the sole witness, the only membrane between the human world and this ancient consciousness. Leaving felt like an abandonment, a betrayal of a duty far more profound than watching for fire. So I stayed. I waited. The night it finally happened was moonless and starless, the sky a suffocating blanket of black velvet. A strange pressure had been building all day, making my joints ache and my head throb. As dusk fell, the hum began to rise, not just in frequency, but in volume and physical force. It climbed from a subtle vibration into a palpable, audible drone that set every object in the cabin buzzing. The windows rattled in their frames, not from wind, but from a sound that was coming from the very rock of the summit. The air grew thick and electric, tasting of ozone and granite. The mountain was no longer stirring in its sleep. It was waking up. I didn't fall asleep. I was dragged under. I was standing, clutching the frame of my cot, when the hum reached an unbearable crescendo. The light from my lantern flickered and died. The world dissolved not into darkness, but into a blinding, internal whiteness. I was untethered from my body. My consciousness ripped from its human vessel and pulled down into the heart of the stone. My mind was flooded with images, but they were not images. They were pure, raw experience. I felt the slow, inexorable crush of gravity over 1 billion years. I witnessed the formation of the Appalachians, not as a chapter in a geology textbook, but as a slow motion, cataclysmic buckling of a planetary crust. I felt continents grind together, the unimaginable friction melting bedrock into seas of incandescent magma. The pressure was a physical presence in my new, expanded consciousness, a weight that created diamonds from carbon and madness from a human mind. I felt the patient, grinding passage of glaciers, a mile, thick sheet of ice, scraping at its surface, carving valleys with the patience of eternity. I experienced volcanic eruptions not as a spectacle, but as a violent, necessary release of unbearable internal pressure. I felt the uns of rainfall, the slow, persistent work of water wearing it down, carrying tiny pieces of itself to an ocean that was itself a part of a larger system. It was a consciousness of pure, unadulterated geology. It had no malice, no love, no anger, no joy. It had no concept of life or death, only of process of pressure and release, of heat and cooling, of erosion and uplift. It dreamed in epochs. Its thoughts were tectonic shifts. Its memories were strata of sedimentary rock. In the face of this being, humanity was less than a blink, less than a single bacterium living and dying in an instant on its skin. My own identity, my name, my fears, my 15 years in the tower, they were a puff of warm air in a geological winter, a single, irrelevant thought that flickered and died in a mind the size of a mountain range. The sheer, terrifying, alien scale of it was a psychic tidal wave that broke my mind on the shore of deep time. When I came to, I was huddled in the corner of the cabin. The first rays of dawn were slicing through the windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. The hum was gone. In its place was a silence so profound it was a presence in itself. My body was racked with shudders, but my mind was calm. It was the calm of a glass of water that has been shattered and then frozen back together, the cracks still visible. I was rebuilt into something new, something that no longer fit the simple confines of Fletcher Hedrick. I am no longer lonely up here. I have never been more terrifyingly not alone. The silence is no longer empty. It is filled with a slow, quiet stone, deep thinking that I can now almost understand. I can feel the pull of its gravity, the slow metabolic process of its erosion. I am in constant, terrifying communion. I am its momentary awareness, a fleeting nerve ending on its ancient hide. I still sit by the window and scan the horizon, but I am not looking for fire anymore. I am watching a god sleep, and I know, with a certainty that chills me deeper than any winter wind, that the greatest danger in these mountains isn't a careless match or a lightning strike. It's waking them up. My name is Parthenia Fisher. In official correspondence, and on the brass nameplate on my desk, that is the name you'll find. It has a certain historical weight to it, which is fitting, I suppose. Most people, however, the few friends I have and my colleagues at the Park Service, call me Thenia. I work in historical site maintenance for the state of North Carolina, a job title that sounds far more grandiose than the reality. In simple terms, I'm a glorified handywoman for the past. I don't excavate ruins or write scholarly articles. I stop the relentless march of time, rot, and nature from erasing the physical markers of our history. I replace decaying timbers in colonial-era cabins, point the mortar on Civil War monuments, and wage a constant, losing battle against the kudzu that seeks to swallow everything whole. One of the sites under my purview is Sebastian Bridge. It's a place that lives more in folklore than in fact these days. Located in a quiet, unassuming valley in the Appalachian foothills, the old iron trestle bridge is a skeleton picked clean by time. The tracks were pulled up 50 years ago, leaving only the weathered cross, ties, and the great stone abutments that anchor it to the hillsides. It's famous for one reason: the terrible train wreck of August 27, 1891. A passenger train, running late and moving too fast, derailed on the bridge and plunged 60 feet into the ravine below. 22 people died. It was a national tragedy at the time, but now, it's mostly just a ghost story. The local legend, the one told to wide-eyed tourists and giggling teenagers, claims that on the anniversary of the wreck, you can witness the whole thing again. A phantom train, a ghostly echo of that final, fatal journey, replaying its plunge into the darkness. It's a good story. It keeps the site on the map, a morbid little point of interest. I've never put any stock in it, of course. My work is grounded in the tangible, the heft of a sledgehammer, the scent of fresh, cut pine, the solid reality of stone and steel. Ghosts are the opposite of my trade. They are the absence of substance, the decay of memory into myth. I deal with what remains. Last week, I was scheduled for a multi-day project at the bridge. The kudzu, that insidious green monster of the south, had woven its way deep into the cracks of the eastern abutment. Its tendrils were like thick, woody fingers, and I worried their slow, persistent growth would eventually compromise the integrity of the stonework. The work was arduous and frustrating. The vines were thicker than my wrist in some places, and I had to use a combination of saws, shears, and brute force to tear them away. The anniversary of the wreck was the next day, August 27th, and I wanted to get the bulk of the clearance done before the usual influx of ghost hunters and curiosity seekers arrived. The day was a typical late August scorcher, the air thick and heavy with humidity. The drone of cicadas was a constant, oppressive wall of sound. I worked methodically, sweat stinging my eyes and soaking through my uniform. The job was bigger than I'd estimated. The sun began its slow descent, painting the fiery strokes of orange and purple, but I was determined to finish clearing the main face of the abutment. I pushed on, losing track of time, focused only on the rhythm of my work. Pull, saw, tear, repeat. It wasn't until I paused to catch my breath, my hands raw and aching, that I realized the world had changed around me. The sun had vanished completely behind the western ridge, and the valley was sinking into a deep, velvety twilight. The oppressive heat of the day was rapidly bleeding away, replaced by a sudden, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the setting sun. A thick, white fog was rising from the creek bed below, a silent, ghostly tide that swirled around the base of the bridge and began to creep up the ravine walls. The world grew quiet. The cicadas fell silent. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the frantic beat of my own heart. A profound sense of isolation washed over me. The fog was a shroud, cutting me off from the world, erasing the familiar shapes of the trees and the distant line of the highway. It was just me, the skeletal bridge, and a silence that felt ancient and watchful. It was time to go. I began gathering my tools, my movements feeling clumsy and loud in the stillness. That's when I heard it. It was faint at first, a long, mournful cry that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I froze, my hand hovering over my toolbox. It sounded like a train whistle, a steam engine. My logical mind immediately started flipping through explanations. A recording. Some local kids playing a prank for the anniversary. It had to be. The tracks were gone. There was no train. I stood perfectly still, listening. The sound came again, closer this time, louder. A deep, resonant whistle that echoed off the hillsides, a sound full of sorrow and warning. It was no recording. It had a presence, a weight that vibrated in the damp air. My heart hammered against my ribs. I told myself to be rational, to pack my things and leave. But I was rooted to the spot, a strange and terrible curiosity warring with my instinct to flee. Then I saw the light. High up on the bridge, where there should have been only darkness, a single, brilliant white light cut through the fog. It was a headlamp, impossibly bright, moving steadily along the path where the tracks once lay. Behind it, a hulking black silhouette took shape. A steam locomotive, its great chimney billowing thick, dark smoke that mingled with the white fog. Sparks like angry orange fireflies flew from its wheels as it screeched and clattered across the trestle. I could see the shapes of passenger cars trailing behind it, their windows filled with a soft yellow light, silhouettes of people visible within. My mind refused to process it. This was impossible. A shared hallucination, a psychic imprint. I was clinging to the straws of rational thought, but they were dissolving in my grasp. The train was real. It was there. And it was happening just as the story said. As the engine reached the center of the bridge, a terrible, low groan vibrated through the ground, a sound of metal fatigue and immense strain. It was followed by a series of sharp, percussive cracks. like giant bones snapping. The bridge, the ghost bridge, was breaking. The engine car tilted, hanging for a horrifying, silent moment against the backdrop of the fog. Before it tipped over the edge, it fell into the darkness, pulling the passenger cars with it in a cascade of destruction. The sound was the most horrific thing I have ever experienced. It wasn't just the noise of twisting steel and splintering wood. It was that, a symphony of violent destruction. But it was woven through with a chorus of human screams. Not the vague, ethereal wails of a ghost story, but the raw, visceral shrieks of pure terror and agony. Men, women, children. The sound of lives being extinguished in a single, brutal moment. The chorus was cut short by a sickening, final splash from the creek below. And then, silence. A silence more profound and terrifying than the noise it replaced. The fog swirled, indifferent. The light was gone. The bridge stood empty. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed, my body shaking uncontrollably. A minute. 5. Time seemed to have stopped. Finally. Some primal urge for confirmation, for proof, broke through the terror. I scrambled down the embankment, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, cutting a frantic, pathetic path through the gloom. I reached the edge of the creek, shining the light across the water, expecting something. Wreckage, an oil slick, a floating piece of luggage, a body. There was nothing. The water flowed peacefully, gurgling over the smooth stones. The fog kissed its surface. There was no wreckage, no oil, no bodies. There was no sign that anything had happened at all. It was as if the train, the noise, the screams had never been. There was only the silent, waiting valley and the cold, oppressive weight of the past. The drive back to the station was a blur. I remember the crunch of gravel under my truck's tires as I sped away from the site. The way my headlights cut tunnels through the oppressive darkness, and the ghostly white arms of the fog reaching for me in the rearview mirror. My hands were locked on the steering wheel in a death grip. Grip, knuckles white, but my entire body trembled with the aftershocks of the terror. My mind was a chaotic storm, replaying the scene on a loop, the impossible light, the screech of wheels on non-existent tracks, the groan of the breaking bridge, and those screams. The screams. They were etched into my brain, a permanent audio scar. I tried to force logic back into the driver's seat. It was a prank, a very elaborate, technologically sophisticated prank. Projectors, a high-end sound system hidden in the woods. It had to be. Some film students maybe, or a group of dedicated paranormal enthusiasts with too much time and money. They had targeted me, knowing I'd be there alone after dark. It was the only explanation that didn't involve me losing my mind. But even as I formed the thought, I knew it was a lie. The sound hadn't come from speakers. It had come from the valley itself, a sound that resonated in my bones. The light wasn't a projection. It had depth, a physical presence. The chill in the air, the sudden silence of the forest. Those weren't special effects. By the time I stumbled into the small, sterile office of the park substation, I was running on pure adrenaline. I didn't turn on all the lights, preferring the small pool of illumination from my desk lamp, as if keeping the shadows at bay. In the corners of the room could somehow keep the memory of the valley's darkness from closing in. I sank into my chair, the worn leather groaning in protest. My breath was still coming in ragged gasps. I needed to ground myself, to find a box to put this experience in. My fingers, still shaking, fumbled with the keyboard of my computer. I typed in residual haunting. I'd picked up the term from the ghost hunting shows my predecessor used to watch during his lunch breaks. The theory, as I understood it, was that traumatic events could leave an energetic imprint on a location. A psychic stain, like a video recording embedded in the environment, replaying itself under certain conditions, such as an anniversary. That fit. It made a strange kind of sense. The land itself was the recording medium, and the anniversary was the play button. I wasn't seeing ghosts. Not really. I was seeing a memory, an echo. The idea was comforting. It was still terrifying, but it was a known phenomenon. Something categorized and studied by people in basements with lots of blinking equipment. It meant I wasn't crazy. It meant what I saw was contained to that specific time and place. I spent the next hour falling down a rabbit hole of paranormal websites and forums, reading stories of phantom footsteps and spectral figures. None of them quite matched the sheer sensory overload of what I had witnessed, the raw physical violence of it. But it was close enough. I clung to the explanation like a life raft. It was a residual haunting. I had witnessed an echo of the past. Tomorrow, on the actual anniversary, I would stay far away from that valley. Sleep was out of the question. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the train tipping into the abyss. I heard the splintering of wood and the shriek of tortured metal. I heard the chorus of the dead. I ended up making a pot of coffee that was thick enough to stand a spoon in and sat at my desk, watching the sun rise. In the clean, rational light of morning, the terror of the night before seemed to recede. It felt more like a nightmare now, vivid and horrifying, but ultimately, not real. The coffee helped, burning away the last vestiges of fear and replacing it with a jittery, artificial confidence. My biggest concern shifted from spectral trains to the very real problem of my tools. I had left my entire kit by the abutment. Saws, shears, climbing gear. It was hundreds of dollars worth of equipment, and the park's service budget was not known for its generosity. I had to go back. The thought sent a flicker of unease through me, but I squashed it. It was daytime. The sun was out. Ghosts, echoes, whatever they were creatures of the night. I would be in and out in 10 minutes. The drive back to the bridge felt different. The valley, which had been a place of suffocating dread the night before, was now bathed in the gentle morning light. The fog was gone, burned away by the sun. The trees were a vibrant green, the sky a brilliant cloudless blue. It was peaceful, deceptively so. I felt a pang of foolishness. I had let a local legend and an overactive imagination get the better of me. I was a practical person, a woman who worked with her hands. I had let myself get spooked, that was all. I parked the truck and walked toward the eastern abutment, the scene of my supposed hallucination. I rounded the massive stone base, my eyes scanning the ground for my tool bag. It wasn't there. I felt a surge of irritation. Someone must have walked by this morning and stolen it. Ghost hunters, probably. Or local kids. It was a setback. A major annoyance, but it was a normal, worldly problem. I could deal with theft. I took a few more steps, my gaze drifting upwards from the empty ground to the stonework of the abutment itself. And then I stopped. The blood in my veins turned to ice. The kudzu was back. It wasn't just a few new tendrils. It was the entire thick, tangled, suffocating mass. The woody vines, as thick as my arm, were woven deep into the crevices of the stone, exactly as they had been before I started my work. The area I had spent 8 hours clearing, sweating and straining until my muscles screamed in protest, was completely overgrown. It was as if I had never been there. My work, my effort, my entire day had been erased. My heart began to pound, a frantic panic drum against my ribs. This wasn't possible. Plants don't grow that fast. Not even kudzu. My mind scrambled, trying to find a foothold in reality. But the ground was crumbling away beneath me. I looked down at my feet, searching for my footprints from yesterday, for the patch of earth I had trampled down while I worked. There was nothing. The leaf litter was smooth and undisturbed. The ground was untouched. A cold, creeping dread, far worse than the terror of the ghost train, began to snake its way up my spine. This wasn't a haunting. This was something else. Something older, stranger, and infinitely more terrifying. With a hand that trembled so violently, I could barely control it, I pulled my phone from my pocket. My thumb swiped across the screen, my breath catching in my throat. I stared at the date displayed in crisp, digital numbers at the top of the screen. August 26th. It was the same day as yesterday. The anniversary of the wreck was still tomorrow. The sun was in the same position it had been when I'd woken up this morning. Yesterday morning. The realization hit me with the force of a physical impact, knocking the air from my lungs. The legend is wrong. Everyone has it wrong. It's not a ghost train that appears once a year on the anniversary. The land itself, this small, cursed stretch of valley, is the ghost. It's caught in a loop, a memory it cannot escape. And every time the sun sets, the memory resets. The day begins again. The day of the wreck. I looked up at the sun, no longer a source of comfort, but a ticking clock, my enemy. I looked at the bridge, no longer a historical artifact, but the centerpiece of my own personal, repeating hell. The horror wasn't just seeing the ghosts of the dead. It was the chilling, soul-crushing certainty that I was about to become one of them. The horror was knowing that if I couldn't find a way out of this valley, before that train fell again tonight, the land's memory would reset me along with everything else. My work would be erased. My footprints would vanish. And I would be here, again, to watch it all happen. And again, forever. Panic is a poor pilot. The moment the truth of my situation solidified, the wrong date on my phone, the impossibly regrown kudzu, my training, my rationality, my entire sense of self evaporated, leaving only a raw, animal instinct to flee. I didn't think, I just ran. I scrambled back to my truck, my boots slipping on the undisturbed leaves, the keys fumbling in my trembling hand. The engine roared to life with a comforting, familiar sound in the terrifyingly altered world. I threw the truck into reverse, spraying gravel, and tore out of the small parking area, heading for the main road, the only artery leading out of this cursed valley. My foot was pressed to the floor, the engine whining in protest as the speedometer needle climbed. Trees became a green blur on either side of the narrow asphalt road. I drove with a singular focus: escape. Put miles between myself and that bridge. Get to a town, a gas station, any sign of a world that operated on linear time. I passed the familiar landmarks. The old, leaning tobacco barn, the sharp bend in the road by Miller's Creek. The stand of white pines that always look skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. According to my internal clock, I should have hit the state highway in 10 minutes. After 15 minutes of frantic driving, the road was still winding through the same dense, unchanging forest. A cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. I hadn't been paying close attention, just driving. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn. But there were no turns to take. It was a single road. I slowed the truck, forcing myself to breathe, to observe. I passed a leaning tobacco barn. Its wood gray and weathered. A sharp bend in the road took me over a small creek. A stand of white pines stood stark against the blue sky. My heart seized. It was the same barn, the same creek, the same stand of trees. I had been driving in a circle, but the road was straight. There were no forks, no turn-offs. The geography itself was bending, folding back on itself, keeping me contained. The valley was not just a location. It was a cage. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt in the middle of the empty road. The silence that rushed in was deafening. I was a rat in a maze designed by a mad god. Driving was useless. I had to try something else. Communication. I grabbed my phone again. As I expected, there was no signal. Not a single bar. That wasn't unusual for this part of the state. But today it felt like a deliberate act, another wall in my prison. I tried to send a text anyway, a desperate plea to my supervisor. Stuck at Boston, something is wrong. Time is looping. Send help. The message failed to send, of course, but I left it there, a tiny, futile digital prayer. My practical side, the part of me that maintained historical sites, began to reassert itself over the panic. This was a system, and all systems have rules, have boundaries. I needed to test them. I got out of the truck, my eyes scanning the woods. If the road was a trap, maybe the wilderness was the way out. I could hike over the ridge. It would be a brutal, punishing climb, but it was a straight line. The valley couldn't be that wide. I checked the sun. It was already past midday. The celestial clock was ticking, its shadow hand sweeping across the valley floor, bringing the night, bringing the reset, bringing the train. I didn't have time for a long hike. I needed to leave a mark, something that would survive the reset. Proof. Proof to myself that I wasn't insane, that the previous day had happened. My eyes fell on the massive stone abutment of a smaller, older bridge I had stopped near. Using a sharp piece of quartz from the roadbed, I began to scratch into the stone. My hands already raw from the day before. This day, protested. I ignored the pain. Putting all my strength and terror into the act, I carved my name Tisna Fisar. Beneath it I etched the date AUGUST 2060H, and below that, a single desperate word, TRAPD. The letters were crude and ugly, a scar on the face of the stone. But they were real. They were tangible. If I was still here when the sun rose again, and those letters were gone, I would know for sure. As I worked, the sun continued its inexorable march across the sky. The shadows of the trees stretched longer, becoming dark fingers creeping across the road. The air began to lose its warmth, the first hint of the evening's unnatural chill. A new kind of despair began to set in, a heavy, suffocating blanket of hopelessness. What was the point of this? What was the point of anything? If the kudzu could grow back in an instant, if my own footprints could be erased from the earth, what chance did a few scratches on a rock have? I got back in my truck, not to drive, but just to sit, to watch the day die. The vibrant greens of the forest began to fade to a dull, uniform gray. The sky bled from blue to orange, then to a bruised purple. And then the fog began to rise. It started as a whisper of mist over the creek, then thickened into a ghostly white tide. Silent and inexorable, it swallowed the trees, the road, the world. The chill deepened, seeping through the metal of the truck, through my clothes, into my very bones. And then I heard it. The faint, mournful whistle in the distance. It was starting. A sob escaped my lips, a sound of pure, defeated misery. I had done nothing. I had driven in circles, scratched a rock, and waited for my doom. The whistle came again, closer, louder, a herald of the horror to come. I couldn't just sit here and wait for it. I couldn't watch it again. In a final, desperate act of defiance, I started the truck. But instead of driving away from the sound, I drove toward it. I drove back toward the Boston Bridge. I don't know what I intended to do. Yell at the ghosts, try to warn them, throw myself in front of the phantom train. It didn't matter. I just knew I couldn't die sitting down. I parked the truck and ran the last 100 yards, my breath coming in painful, burning gasps. I stood on the embankment, the same spot I had stood in the night before, and stared up at the bridge. The fog was thick, a roiling sea of white. The headlamp cut through it, a single accusatory eye. The train materialized from the mist, a black silhouette of screeching wheels and billowing smoke. It thundered across the trestle, the sound vibrating through my entire body. The groan of the breaking bridge began. The timbers snapped. The engine tipped over the edge. The chorus of screams rose into the night air. I watched, mesmerized by the terrible, familiar spectacle. But this time, something was different. My eyes were drawn away from the falling train, pulled toward the opposite side of the ravine. There, standing on the embankment, was a figure. A person silhouetted against the swirling fog, illuminated by the dying light of the train. A figure was holding a flashlight, its beam dancing frantically across the water below. It was a woman. She was wearing a park service uniform. It was me. The realization was not a sudden shock, but a slow, cold flood of absolute horror that was infinitely worse than anything I had yet experienced. The land wasn't just replaying the train wreck. It was replaying my discovery of it. I was no longer just an observer. I was now part of the haunting. My terror, my discovery. My first night here had been so profound that it, too, had left an imprint. Another layer on the psychic stain of the valley. I was a new ghost in the machine. I am writing this now, on my phone, sitting in my truck as the first light of August 26 touches the sky. I know this text will not be saved. I know my scratches on the stone will be gone. I know that in a few hours, I will convince myself it was a dream and go back to the bridge to retrieve tools that are no longer there. I will see the kudzu and check my phone, and the loop of my own personal horror will begin anew. I don't know how many times I have already done this. Am I the first Thenia? The 10th? The 100th? The sun is climbing higher. In the distance, I can hear the faint, familiar sound of cicadas starting their morning drone. Soon, I will forget. Soon, I will have to learn it all over again. The horror isn't the ghost train. It's not even the time loop. The horror is looking across the valley and knowing that the ghost I am about to see is myself. My name is Other Johnston. I have been a park ranger for 15 years, the last 10 of which have been spent here, in the sprawling green expanse of the Cherokee National Forest. This log is a requirement of my duties, a meticulous record of my time in the field. It serves as a safety measure, a data collection tool, and, on longer patrols like this one, a silent companion. Regulations state that each entry must be concise, factual, and objective. It is a discipline I have always respected. Out here, discipline is what keeps you alive. This is my patrol log. Day 8, the 8th day of a 2-week solo run, is often the turning point. The initial novelty of solitude has worn off, replaced by a deep, settled rhythm. You've found your pace. Your body has acclimated to the constant strain of the pack and the uneven terrain. And the forest has started to feel less like a place you're visiting and more like the only place that exists. The world of towns, cars, and idle chatter has faded to a distant, dreamlike memory. My morning began just before dawn, the air cool and damp with the promise of a clear day. The sky above the dense canopy of oak, hickory, and poplar was a pale, washed out gray, slowly blushing to pink at the eastern ridges. The birdsong started as it always does, a tentative solo here and there, swelling into a full, throated chorus as the first rays of sun pierced the gloom. After a breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee, brewed over my small isobutane stove, I broke camp. The routine is second nature, tent rolled and stowed, sleeping bag compressed. All gear packed with practiced efficiency. Leave no trace. It's the first and most sacred commandment of the wilderness. The day's objective was to patrol the trail system, connecting Big Frog Mountain to Licklog Ridge. It's a strenuous section, less traveled than the park's more accessible arteries. The path was clear of any major deadfall, the trail markers visible. All was quiet, as expected. Around 1,000 hours, near the trailhead for Licklog, I had my only significant encounter. A black bear sow, large and glossy, ambled across the path about 70 yards ahead. She was followed by two cubs, clumsy and curious, tumbling over each other like oversized puppies. My training kicked in instantly. I froze, made my presence known with a low, calm, "Hey, bear," and slowly began backing away, giving them a wide berth. The sow gave me a cursory, indifferent glance, her primary concern the safety of her young. She nudged them along, and the family of three melted back into the dense undergrowth of mountain laurel and rhododendron. It was a perfect, by the book encounter. A beautiful moment, but one I noted with detached professionalism required of me. The rest of the day was uneventful. The weather held, clear and warm. The silence out here, however, is a physical presence. It's not an absence of sound. It's a sound in itself. A low, constant hum composed of wind, sighing through the pines, the rustle of unseen creatures in the leaf litter, the distant gurgle of a hidden creek. It's a silence that presses in on you, filling the space between your thoughts. It gets in your head if you let it. I've seen it happen to greener rangers, even to seasoned hikers. The isolation can unspool a person's mind, making them imagine things, turning shadows into threats. I've always prided myself on my immunity to such fancies. I am a man grounded in facts, in the tangible reality of the world around me. Day 9, something is off. The feeling began this morning. A subtle but persistent dissonance in the forest's symphony. It was a sound, carried on the wind, so faint at first that I dismissed it as a trick of the air, a phantom created by the rushing of wind over my ears. I was making my way down a steep switchback, my focus on my footing, when I heard it more clearly. It was a voice, a human voice. My first thought was relief, mingled with a professional's mild annoyance. Another hiker, perhaps someone off trail, or someone who had underestimated the difficulty of this section. I stopped, planting my trekking poles firmly in the soil, and listened. The wind swirled through the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. And then it came again, clearer this time. Other. The world seemed to stop. The birdsong, the wind, the creak of my pack straps. It all faded away, leaving only that single, impossible sound. It wasn't just a voice, it was a specific voice. The tone, the inflection, the gentle way it rose at the end. It was the voice of my wife, Sarah. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Sarah," I called out, my own voice sounding rough and loud in the stillness. The name felt foreign in my mouth, a word from another world. "Hello. Is someone there?" Only the wind answered. The leaves whispered their indifferent secrets. There was no one on the trail above me, no one on the switchback below. I stood there for a long time, straining my ears, my eyes scanning the dense woods. Nothing. It couldn't have been her. I knew, with absolute certainty, that she was 100 miles away, at home, probably getting ready for her shift at the library. She couldn't be here. It must be the wind. That's the only logical explanation. The brain is a pattern-seeking machine, and in the absence of familiar stimuli, it will create patterns from chaos. It will turn the howl of the wind into a familiar voice. I know the science. I've read the studies on the psychological effects of prolonged isolation. The old rule, the one passed down from one generation of rangers to the next, echoed in my mind. If you hear your name called in the woods, no, you didn't. It's a piece of Appalachian folklore, a spooky saying told around a campfire. It's easy to say when you're sitting in a warm office, surrounded by colleagues. It's much harder to believe when you're alone, miles from any other human being. And you've just heard your wife call your name as clearly as if she were standing right beside you. I pushed on, trying to shake the unease. I tried to focus on the task at hand, checking for erosion on the trail, noting the species of wildflowers blooming in a sunny patch, the mundane, grounding work of my patrol. But the forest felt different now. The familiar sounds seemed to hold a new, mocking quality. The silence no longer felt peaceful, it felt watchful. Every shadow seemed a little deeper, every rustle of leaves a little too deliberate. The feeling of being watched, a classic symptom of paranoia, began to creep in. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the ridge lines, searching for a shape that didn't belong. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks. I told myself to get a grip. But the echo of that single word, "Other," refused to fade. Day 10 sleep did not come last night. I lay in my tent, zipped into my sleeping bag, with a 9mm pistol resting on my chest. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, was magnified 100-fold by the darkness and my own frayed nerves. I kept expecting to see a silhouette against the thin nylon of the tent, to hear that voice whisper my name from just outside. But there was nothing. Only the relentless, oppressive silence of the mountains. A silence I now know is a lie. Today, the phenomenon has escalated. It is no longer content to mimic my wife. The mimicry has become a chorus. It happened again this morning, several times. The first was Sarah's voice, as before, seeming to drift down from the canopy above me. "Other, be careful." Just a simple warning. But then, an hour later, as I was crossing a shallow, fast-running creek, I heard it from a different direction, from the dense thicket of rhododendron on the far bank. It was Sarah's voice again, but this time it was humming a tune. The same silly, off-key tune she always hums when she's watering her plants. It was so specific, so achingly familiar, that I stumbled on a slick rock and nearly went down. The perfection of the mimicry is what is truly unnerving. It's not a vague approximation. It is flawless. I know she is 100 miles away. I repeated this fact to myself like a mantra, my boots crunching a steady rhythm on the gravelly path. She is not here. It is not her. But the logical part of my brain, the part that has guided me and kept me safe for 15 years, is losing ground to a more primal, terrified part that I barely recognize. Hearing that voice, so intimately known and loved, being used as a tool by something, it grinds on you. It's a violation. I didn't sleep well. That's the understatement of the century. I feel like I'm being watched constantly. The feeling is no longer a symptom of paranoia. It feels like a statement of fact. The forest is an audience, and I am the only actor on stage. I keep my hand close to the pistol holstered at my hip. The cold, hard weight of it is a small comfort. But I have the sickening feeling that a bullet would be useless against this. How do you shoot a sound? The psychological toll is mounting. I'm a professional. I am trained to handle stress, to remain calm under pressure, to assess threats logically. But this is outside the scope of any training I have ever received. This is not a bear or a lost hiker or a sudden storm. This is something else, and it is intelligent. Day 11, it's not just Sarah's voice anymore. It's learning. It's digging through my memories and pulling them out, one by one, to dangle in front of me. This afternoon, I was cresting a ridge, the wind whipping hard against my face. And carried on that wind, I heard a sound that froze the blood in my veins. Laughter. A deep, hearty belly laugh that I would know anywhere. It was my old patrol partner, Mac O'Connell. The man who taught me how to read a topo map like it was a novel, who could predict the weather by the ache in his knee. He retired last year, moved down to Florida to fish and complain about the humidity. I heard his laugh, clear as day, from just over the next ridge. As if he were standing there, waiting for me to catch up so he could tell me a bad joke. My mind reeled. Mac's laugh was followed by another voice, one I hadn't heard in years. Another old colleague, talking about a search and rescue we'd been on together. It was a conversation pulled directly from my past. This thing, whatever it is a parasite of the mind. It's burrowing into my head, sifting through my life, looking for the voices that mean the most to me. It's building an arsenal, but tonight was the worst. Tonight it crossed a line. I had made camp early, exhausted beyond measure. The fire was crackling, a small circle of warmth and light against the encroaching darkness. The stars were brilliant in the clear sky. For a moment, I felt a sliver of peace. I was just a man by a fire under the stars. And then, a voice spoke from the shadows just beyond the firelight. "Son, you look cold." I stopped breathing. The piece of jerky I was chewing turned to ash in my mouth. It was a gentle voice, full of warmth and concern. A voice I had not heard in 10 years. Not since I watched the light fade from his eyes in a sterile hospital room. It was my father. "Let me help you build up that fire." The voice continued, soft and reassuring. I almost answered. The word, "Dad," was on the tip of my tongue. I almost got up from my log. The urge was so powerful it felt like a physical push, an invisible hand on my back, urging me to my feet. My muscles tensed. My body wanted to obey, to rise and walk toward the sound of my dead father's voice. It was the most profound and terrifying moment of my life. A war was being waged inside me. The son who missed his father versus the ranger who knew he was being hunted. With a surge of adrenaline and sheer will, I broke the spell. I squeezed my eyes shut and clamped my hands over my ears. "You are not him," I whispered, the words tearing at my throat. "You are not real." I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, kneeling in the dirt, shaking uncontrollably. When I finally dared to open my eyes and lower my hands, There was only the sound of the fire and the wind. The voice was gone. It's toying with me. It's not threatening, not in any overt way. It's worse. It's wrapping itself in the guise of love and concern. It's using my own heart against me. This thing is learning, and I am its textbook. Day 12, I haven't slept in what feels like 2 days. Sleep is a luxury I can no longer afford. It is a door I dare not open. The voices are constant now. They have abandoned the pretense of distance, of being carried on the wind. Now, they are inside my head. They whisper from the trees, from the gurgling of the creek, from the very air I breathe. It is a ceaseless, overlapping torrent of memory and sound. Friends from high school I haven't thought about in 20 years. My first grade teacher, Mrs. Gable, complimenting my handwriting. Neighbors from my childhood street. They are all here. The forest has become a stadium, and every seat is filled with a ghost from my past. They are not threatening. That is the genius of this torture. Their words are laced with concern, with worry, with love. They are worried about me. They see how tired I am. They see the fear in my eyes. They want me to come with them, just for a little while, just to rest. You look so tired. Other, my mother's voice coos, a voice I haven't heard since she passed. Come sit with us. You don't have to carry that heavy pack anymore. A former girlfriend whispers, remember how we used to talk all night? We can do that again. Just close your eyes. The psychological strain is immense, a physical weight that bows my shoulders and slows my steps. I am a fortress under siege, and the enemy is not at the gates. They are already inside, wearing the faces of my loved ones and speaking with their tongues. My mind is a battlefield, and I am losing. The disciplined, rational ranger is gone, replaced by a terrified animal running on instinct and adrenaline. I keep my radio on, clinging to it like a holy relic. I turn the squelch knob, hoping for a burst of human chatter, a weather report, anything to break the spell. But there is only static. A harsh, empty hiss that feels like the universe is laughing at me. It's a constant reminder of my isolation. I feel like I'm in a fishbowl, and something is tapping on the glass, its face distorted by the curve, watching my every move with cold, analytical curiosity. I have stopped trying to make camp. I just keep moving, stumbling through the undergrowth, away from the trails. The trails are where it expects me to be. I am trying to be unpredictable. But how can you be unpredictable when your pursuer is already inside your skull? It knows where I am going because it knows what I am thinking. The line between its voice and my own thoughts is beginning to blur. Day 13, it used my own voice today. That was the final violation. The one that shattered the last remnants of my sanity. I had stopped to repack my gear, my hands shaking so badly, it took me 5 minutes to buckle a single strap. I was muttering to myself, trying to hold on to the sound of my own, real voice. It's okay, Other. Just keep moving. Just get to the extraction point. And then, from a thicket of mountain laurel no more than 10 feet away, a voice replied. It was my voice. Not a memory, not an echo, but a perfect, living replica. It's okay, my own voice said, calm and soothing. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I froze, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. We're here now. My voice continued, a hint of something new in its tone. A collective, plural sound. Were you? I dropped my pack. The 50 pounds of gear I had carried for nearly 2 weeks hit the forest floor with a heavy thud. And I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't think. I just ran. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes and skin. I crashed through briar patches, scrambled up rock faces, and half slid, half fell down steep embankments. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just running from the sound of my own voice. I am running from myself. Day 14, I am hiding. I found a narrow crevice between two large boulders, a dark, damp space barely wide enough for my body. I wedged myself in as far as I could go. The sun is going down. I can see the last slivers of orange and purple light through the crack above me. The voices have stopped. Sometime during my panicked flight, they simply ceased. The silence has returned. But it is not the peaceful silence of day 8. It is the silence of a predator that has stopped chasing its prey because it knows it is trapped. It's the silence of the spider in the center of the web, waiting for the fly to exhaust itself. It is worse than the voices. It is a heavy, patient waiting silence. It knows I can't run forever. It knows I am here. My body is a wreck. I am dehydrated, scratched, and bruised from head to toe. My mind is a shattered ruin. I have one flare left. It feels heavy in my trembling hand. A single, final spark of hope or despair. I don't know if I should use it to signal for help, a desperate, last-ditch plea for rescue from a world I'm no longer sure is real, or if I should use it to. The silence is waiting. It knows I have to make a choice. This journal, showing signs of weathering and animal disturbance, was recovered from an abandoned campsite 3 months after Ranger Johnston's scheduled return. An extensive search and rescue operation was conducted, but no trace of Other Johnston was ever found. My name is Ranger Ketcherud Miller, but anyone who shared a shift with me calls me Ket. That's the name I prefer. It feels solid, grounded, like the packed earth of a well-worn trail. For the past 2 years, I've worn the flat, brimmed hat and the gray and the green of a law enforcement ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. The why is simple enough. I was born in the shadow of these mountains, raised on stories of their ancient magic and their unforgiving nature. This place, with its misty dawns and deep, silent woods, is in my blood. I joined the service not just to have a job, but to be a guardian, to stand as a shield for this wilderness against the carelessness and, sometimes, the cruelty of the world outside. I saw it as a noble calling, a pact with the land itself. What I failed to understand was the price of that pact. I never considered how a place so vast and beautiful could, in turn, chip away at the people sworn to protect it, leaving them hollowed out and broken. My breaking point has a name: Andrews Bald. The day began as many do in late autumn, with a sharp, crystalline chill in the air that promised a clear, blue sky. The morning sun slanted through my office window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, each a tiny, glittering world. I was finishing up paperwork, the mundane but necessary ritual that anchors a ranger's life. The radio sat on the corner of my desk, a silent black box until it wasn't. The dispatcher's voice, usually a calm, steady drone, had a clipped edge to it. A 1078, abandoned property. A tent, specifically. Left for at least a day up on Andrews Bald. It wasn't an emergency call, not yet. But it was a loose thread in the park's tapestry. And it was my job to find it and see why it had come undone. I acknowledged the call, the familiar weight of my duty belt settling on my hips as I stood. Andrews Bald. It's one of the most popular spots in the high country. A grassy summit that offers breathtaking, panoramic views of the Smokies rolling away into an endless blue haze. People go there for solace, for beauty. It's a place for proposals, for family picnics, for through hikers to pause and feel on top of the world. It's not a place you abandon your gear. The drive up the mountain was a study in changing worlds. I left the bustling tourist town of Gatlinburg behind, climbing higher, the air growing thinner and cooler. The deciduous trees, still clinging to the last of their fiery autumn colors, gave way to the dark, solemn greens of spruce and fir. The road twisted and turned, a ribbon of asphalt clinging to the mountainside. I drove with the windows down, letting the scent of pine and damp earth fill the cab of my truck. It was a smell that usually brought me peace, but today, a knot of unease was tightening in my stomach. The old-timers, the rangers who've seen it all, have a saying. The mountains don't always tell you what's wrong, but they always let you know something is. Today, the silence in the woods felt different. It wasn't peaceful, it was watchful. I parked at the Klingman's Dome lot and started the hike out on the Forney Ridge Trail. The trail to the Bald is only a couple of miles, but it felt longer. My boots crunched a steady rhythm on the rocky path. The air was still. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels. Just the sound of my own breathing and the soft sigh of the wind through the high, elevation firs. It was the kind of profound quiet that can make you feel utterly alone, a tiny, insignificant speck in a vast, indifferent wilderness. I saw the tent from a distance, a small dome of bright blue nylon against the muted greens and browns of the Bald. It looked wrong, out of place, a garish intrusion on the natural landscape. As I got closer, the details sharpened, and the knot in my stomach tightened into a cold, hard lump of dread. The tent's rainfly was flapping listlessly in the breeze. One of the guy lines snapped. A high-end pack, the kind Sirius through hikers use, lay on its side a few feet away, its contents, a sleeping bag, a small stove, a water filter, spilled out onto the grass as if someone had rifled through it in a hurry. But there was no one there. "National Park Service!" I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the open air. "Is anyone here?" Only the wind answered. I approached the tent cautiously, my hand resting on the grip of my service weapon. I unzipped the flap, the sound unnervingly loud in the silence. The inside was empty, a jumble of clothes and a paperback book lying open, its pages fluttering. I backed away, my training kicking in, my mind a checklist of procedures. Secure the scene, look for tracks, call for backup. But a primal, gut-level instinct was screaming at me, overriding the calm voice of my training. Something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong. My eyes scanned the perimeter of the Bald, tracing the line where the grassy expanse met the dark, dense wall of the forest. And that's when I saw it. Not a person, but a disturbance. A patch of matted grass, a dark stain on the earth that was too deep and too rich to be water. My heart hammered against my ribs. I walked towards it, each step feeling heavy, reluctant. He was tucked just inside the tree line, almost as if someone had tried to hide him. He was young, maybe early 20s, with the lean, wiry build of a long-distance hiker. His name, I would later learn from the ID in the wallet they eventually found, was Scott. He was lying on his back, his eyes open and staring sightlessly up at the canopy of leaves above. There were no obvious wounds, no blood, save for a small trickle from his nose. But his face was a mask of terror, his skin tinged with the awful, dusky blue of asphyxiation. His expensive hiking boots were gone. His gear was scattered and looted. I stood there for a long moment, the world narrowing to that one horrific image. The sheer violation of it was a physical blow. This was Andrew's Bald, a place of peace, and it had been desecrated. The brutality of the act, the cold, calculated violence, felt like a poison seeping into the soil. This wasn't a random animal attack or a tragic accident. This was murder. The call I made on the radio was steady, my voice betraying none of the shaking in my hands. I gave my location, reported the 10-7, a deceased person, requested backup and the investigative team. Then I sat on a rock a good distance away and waited. I kept my eyes on the scene, my gaze fixed on the blue tent and the dark shape in the trees, making sure nothing disturbed the evidence. But it was more than that. I felt like I had to stand vigil. I was the first to find him, the first to witness the end of his story. It felt like a responsibility I couldn't turn away from. The hours that followed were a blur of professional activity. My supervisor, other rangers, and a team of investigators arrived, their quiet competence a stark contrast to the chaos of my own thoughts. They cordoned off the area with yellow tape, took photographs, and spoke in low, hushed tones. The scene was clinical, sterile, yet the air remained thick with a sense of profound tragedy. They talked about the Lily case, an unsolved murder of a young woman on the Appalachian Trail from years back. The parallels were chilling. A lone hiker, a brutal and seemingly motiveless killing, a ghost of a suspect who vanished back into the mountains. As the sun began to set, casting long, deep shadows across the Bald, they finally carried him away. I watched them go, a silent procession disappearing back down the trail. I was the last to leave. As I took one final look at the empty clearing, a cold gust of wind swept across the Bald, rustling the leaves and making the yellow tape dance. For a fleeting second, in the deepening twilight, I thought I saw a figure standing at the far edge of the woods, a tall, lanky silhouette watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. It was just a trick of the light, I told myself. Just the shadows playing games. But I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I was wrong. This place had been broken, and I was afraid it had just broken me, too. In the weeks that followed the discovery on Andrew's Bald, a heavy, suffocating blanket of silence fell over the case. The investigation, for all its initial flurry of activity, had ground to a halt. There were no witnesses, no viable suspects, no forensic evidence that pointed anywhere useful. The victim, Scott, became a ghost in the official files, a name on a report, a collection of sterile facts. A 24-year-old from Ohio, a recent college graduate on a journey of self-discovery, a beloved son and brother. Now, he was just another unsolved trail murder, a cautionary tale that would be whispered among hikers for years, just like the Lily case. The park, in its timeless way, began to heal. The grass on the Bald grew over the dark stain. The wind and rain washed away the last traces of the crime scene tape, and the tourists returned, oblivious to the violence that had soaked in the earth beneath their feet. But I couldn't heal. The place had been broken for me, and the fracture ran deep. The image of Scott's face, his eyes wide with a terror that had been frozen in time, was burned onto the back of my eyelids. Sleep offered no escape. It was a landscape of recurring nightmares, where I was the one lying in the grass, the weight on my chest getting heavier and heavier, the world fading to a silent, suffocating blue. During the day, I threw myself into my work, hoping the familiar routines of patrol and paperwork could build a wall against the memory. But the trauma was a creeping vine, winding its way through the cracks in my carefully constructed defenses. The mountains, once my sanctuary, now felt menacing. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Every rustle of leaves was a footstep in the dark. Then I started seeing him. It began subtly, as a flicker in my peripheral vision. I'd be driving the winding road up to Newfound Gap, and for a split second, I'd see a tall, lanky figure in hiking gear standing on the shoulder, his thumb out as if trying to hitch a ride. I'd slam on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat, but when I looked in the rearview mirror, the road was empty. Or I'd be hiking a remote trail, the only soul for miles, and I'd catch a glimpse of someone watching me from the dense thicket of rhododendron, just a flash of a blue jacket. I'd call out, "Hello. Everything all right?" But my voice would be swallowed by the immense silence of the woods. There was never anyone there. At first, I dismissed it. My mind was playing tricks on me, I told myself. It was exhaustion stress, the simple product of a traumatized brain, trying to process an unbearable event. I was seeing what I expected to see, what I feared to see. But the sightings didn't stop. They grew more frequent, more defined. The fleeting glimpses sharpened into distinct images. It was always the same man, tall, with Scott's lean build, wearing the same kind of gear. He never looked directly at me, not at first. He was just present, a silent observer at the edge of my world. My supervisor, a man named Dave who had the kind, wary eyes of someone who'd seen too many seasons in the park, noticed the change in me. I was quieter, my focus frayed. He called me into his office one afternoon, closing the door gently behind me. He didn't mince words. He'd read my report. He knew I was the first on the scene. He'd seen what that kind of thing could do to a ranger. "Ket," he said, his voice soft. "Trauma is a strange thing. It can make you see things, hear things. It rewires your brain. It's called PTSD. It's nothing to be ashamed of." He slid a pamphlet across the desk, the number for a counselor printed on the front. "I think you should take some time. A week, maybe 2. Get your feet back under you. Talk to someone." I wanted to believe him. I desperately wanted the rational, clinical explanation to be true. A ghost. The very idea was absurd. The stuff of campfire stories told to spook tourists. I was a law enforcement officer. I dealt in facts, in evidence, in the tangible world. But the feeling, the cold certainty, that settled in my gut every time I saw the figure, it didn't feel like a trick of the mind. It felt real. Too real. I didn't take the time off. I couldn't. It felt like running away, like letting the darkness win. Instead, I tried to push through it, to prove to Dave and to myself that I was fine. But the sightings intensified, as if my resistance was only making him more determined to be seen. The breaking point, my second one, came on a cold, wet evening a month after the murder. A storm had rolled in, shrouding the mountains in a thick, chilling fog. I was at the Sugarlands Visitor Center, finishing the last of my rounds. The building was empty, the tourists long gone, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous main hall. I locked the final door and stepped out into the parking lot. The fog was so dense it swallowed the light from the street lamps, creating hazy, isolated pools of orange in the overwhelming dark. And he was standing in one of them. He was directly across the lot, not more than 50 yards away. This was no fleeting glimpse, no trick of the shadows. He was solid, real. He stood perfectly still under the streetlight, the fog swirling around his legs. He was wearing a blue rain jacket, the hood pulled down, and a large pack on his back. He wasn't threatening. He didn't move towards me. He just stood there, and I could feel the immense, crushing weight of his sadness. A sorrow so profound it seemed to make the very air around him heavier. It was the look of someone who was utterly and completely lost. My hand went to my radio, my fingers fumbling for the button. But I couldn't speak. I was paralyzed, caught between the world I knew and the impossible thing standing in front of me. We just looked at each other for what felt like an eternity. Then, he moved. It was a slow, deliberate motion. He raised his right hand, his finger extending, and he pointed. He didn't point at me, or at the visitor center. He pointed west, towards the high, distant ridges of the park, towards the vast, dark wilderness that stretched out beyond the lights and the roads. His arm remained outstretched, his finger an unwavering guidepost in the swirling fog. And then he began to fade. He didn't walk away or disappear in a blink. He dissolved, like smoke or mist, his form becoming translucent, until the only thing left was the orange glow of the street lamp on the empty asphalt. I stood there for a long time, the cold rain soaking through my uniform, my heart pounding a frantic, terrified rhythm. Was I losing my mind? Had the trauma finally shattered my grip on reality? Or was this something else entirely? Was this a ghost, a lost soul, my victim, trying to tell me something? The line between sanity and delusion, between a psychological symptom and a supernatural encounter, had not just blurred, it had vanished completely. I drove home in a daze, the pointing finger burned into my memory. The next morning, I didn't go to Dave and tell him I was ready to see the counselor. I didn't file a report on a hallucination. Instead, I went to the park's archives. I pulled out old topographical maps, incident reports from the last few months. Anything and everything that had to do with the western quadrant of the park. My official investigation was over. My unofficial one had just begun. I didn't know if I was following a ghost or chasing a figment of my own broken mind. But he had pointed the way. And I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that I had to follow. My world shrank to the confines of the park's archives, a small, dusty room filled with the scent of aging paper and forgotten history. The ghost's pointing finger had become my compass, and the maps spread across the large wooden table were my new territory. I spent my off-duty hours under the dim fluorescent lights, fueled by lukewarm coffee and a desperate, illogical certainty. I traced the line west from the visitor center, my own finger hovering over the topographical contours of the land. It was a vast, intimidating swath of wilderness. Miles of tangled ridges and deep, shadowed hollows, most of it trailless and remote. To search it would be impossible. I needed something more. I turned to the incident reports. Stacks of them, detailing everything from illegal ginseng, poaching to reports of strange lights in the sky. I was looking for a needle in a haystack, a single thread that could lead me somewhere. I focused on reports of illegal activity, unauthorized campsites, poaching, anything that suggested a hidden human presence in that specific quadrant. Days blurred into nights. My apartment saw little of me. Dave, my supervisor, would occasionally poke his head into the archives, a worried frown creasing his brow. He saw the maps, the reports, the obsessive look in my eyes. I told him I was just following a hunch, looking for connections, anything the official investigation might have missed. It was a flimsy excuse, but he let it slide, perhaps sensing that this was something I had to work through on my own terms. Finally, I found it. It wasn't a single report, but a pattern. A series of complaints over the last year about ATV noise and illegal dumping centered around an old, decommissioned fire road. The road, barely a ghost of a path on the newer maps, snaked deep into the western sector before dead, ending in a rugged, inaccessible area. It was a place we rarely patrolled. It was too remote, too difficult to access, and considered a low priority. It was the perfect place to hide. The location lined up almost perfectly with the direction he had pointed. A cold thrill, a mixture of fear and vindication, shot through me. The next morning, I didn't sign out a patrol vehicle. I took my own truck. I told no one where I was going. This was off the books, a journey into a place where my badge offered little protection and my only guide was a ghost. The drive took me to the park's quiet western boundary. The turnoff for the fire road was unmarked, almost completely overgrown. I had to force my truck through a thicket of brush to get onto the rutted dirt track. The further I drove, the more the civilized world fell away. The canopy of the trees closed in overhead, plunging the road into a perpetual twilight. The air grew heavy and still. This was the deep woods, the old, untamed heart of the mountains. The road became impassable after a few miles, washed out by a recent storm. I parked the truck and continued on foot. The silence here was different from the quiet of Andrew's Bald. It wasn't watchful. It was ancient and indifferent. It was the kind of silence that swallows you whole. I walked for what felt like hours, my senses on high alert. I saw signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks from an ATV, discarded beer cans, the remnants of a small fire. I was getting close. I found the campsite by smell. The faint, acrid scent of stale campfire smoke, and something else, something fall, like rotting garbage. It was tucked away in a small clearing, well hidden from the road. A tattered tarp was strung between two trees, and the ground was littered with trash. It was a squalid, desperate place. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive quiet. I scanned the site, my eyes missing nothing. A pile of empty bean cans, a dirty sleeping bag, a collection of cheap tools. It looked like a poacher's camp or a meth den. It felt dangerous. The fire pit was in the center of the clearing, a circle of blackened rocks filled with ash and half-burned logs. I knelt beside it, my training battling with a primal urge to run. Using a stick, I began to carefully sift through the debris. I found cigarette butts, bottle caps, and then something else. A corner of scorched leather. My breath caught in my throat. I gently pulled it from the ashes. It was a man's wallet, or what was left of it. Most of it was burned away, but a small, plastic, covered window had survived the flames. Behind the melted plastic was the corner of a driver's license. I could just make out the state seal of Ohio and the first few letters of a name SCOT. My hands were shaking. This was it. This was his. I continued to dig, a frantic energy seizing me, and then my stick hit something hard. I cleared away the ash and saw it. It was a hiking stick, hand carved from a piece of dark, polished wood. A unique, intricate carving of a soaring eagle decorated the top. I remembered seeing it in the photos from Scott's hiking blog, which his parents had shared with the investigators. It was his. They had brought his gear here. I scrambled back from the fire pit, my mind racing. I had the evidence. I had the location. I had the undeniable link between this place and the murder on the Bald. I pulled out my radio, my voice trembling as I called it in. I gave my location, reported the discovery, and requested immediate backup. The aftermath was a whirlwind. The site was swarmed by investigators, the scene treated with the same meticulous care as the one on Andrew's Bald. The evidence I found was more than enough. The wallet, the hiking stick, and other items they uncovered at the camp were traced back to a pair of local meth heads with a long history of petty theft and violence. They had been preying on hikers for months, robbing them at knife point. With Scott, something had gone wrong. He had resisted, and they had panicked. They suffocated him and took his gear, planning to sell it later. They confessed to everything. The case was closed. In the debriefing, they called me a hero. Dave clapped me on the shoulder, his eyes filled with a mixture of pride and relief. The lead investigator sat across from me, a file open on the table between us. "That was one hell of a hunch, Miller," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "Miles from the crime scene, a place we weren't even looking. How did you find it? What made you look there?" I looked at him. At the sterile walls of the office, at the world of facts and evidence that I was supposed to inhabit. How could I explain? How could I tell them that the victim himself, a sad, lost ghost in a foggy parking lot, had shown me the way? How could I say that I had followed a dead man's finger pointing me through the wilderness? They would have sent me to that counselor for sure, maybe even taken my badge. So I lied. "It was just a hunch," I said, my voice steady. I was looking at the reports of illegal activity, trying to find a pattern, a place where someone could operate without being seen. The old fire road just seemed like the most logical spot. He accepted it. It was a good enough answer for his world. But I would always know the truth, or at least my truth. I still don't know for sure what I saw. Was it truly Scott's spirit, unable to rest until justice was done? Or was it just my own subconscious, the part of a ranger's brain that absorbs 1,000 tiny, insignificant details, putting the pieces together in a way my conscious mind couldn't? A trick of the light, a flicker of movement, a misplaced report. Had my traumatized mind woven them all together and given them a human form? In the end, I'm not sure it matters. I still see him sometimes, not in the parking lot, but out on the trail. Just a fleeting glimpse at the edge of the trees. He doesn't point anymore. He just watches for a moment and then he's gone. He's no longer lost. He's just part of the mountains now. This job makes you carry the dead with you. They become part of your pack, a weight you learn to bear. Sometimes they're heavy, a burden that threatens to break you. And sometimes they point the way. My name is Junius Neal. Officially, my title is Park Ranger, United States National Park Service. It's a designation I've held for 6 years, and one I've always worn with a quiet sense of pride. Most of my tenure has been spent in the more accessible, visitor, heavy sections of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I've led nature walks, given campfire talks on bear safety, and spent more hours than I can count maintaining trails. I thought I knew the mountains. I thought their moods, their seasons, their secrets were things I understood. The winter of '88 taught me I knew nothing at all. The assignment came down in late October. It was a coveted post, in a way. The winter watch at the Indian Gap Station. It's the most remote outpost in the park, perched high on a ridge. A lonely sentinel watching over miles of uninhabited wilderness. From the first significant snowfall, usually in November, until the spring thaw in late March or early April, It is completely inaccessible by road. The only way in or out is by helicopter, and only then if the weather grants a rare window of calm. For 5 months, the 2 rangers stationed. There are the sole human presence in a vast, sleeping wilderness. Just the 2 of them, a long-range radio, and the mountains. I was assigned the junior post. My partner was Senior Ranger Blifford Hayes. Blifford was something of a legend within the service. He was a decade my senior, with a rugged, easy confidence that seemed carved from the Appalachian granite itself. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a booming laugh and a constellation of crow's feet around his eyes from years of squinting into the sun. He was a storyteller, the kind of man who could hold a room captive with tales of close calls with territorial bears or harrowing backcountry rescues. He possessed a charisma that was magnetic. You simply wanted to be in his orbit to earn his nod of approval. I, by contrast, have always been the quiet one, more comfortable with the company of books and the rustle of leaves than with boisterous conversation. On paper, we might have seemed an odd pairing, but I felt a sense of security in the assignment. If you had to be cut off from the entire world for 5 months, you couldn't ask for a better man to have by your side than Blifford Hayes. We moved into the station during the last week of October. The autumn air was crisp, and the mountains were a breathtaking tapestry of gold, crimson, and burnt orange. The Indian Gap station itself was a sturdy, pragmatic structure built of thick logs and stone, designed to withstand the crushing weight of winter. It was small but efficient, a main room that served as a kitchen, dining room, and office, 2 small sleeping bunks, and a storage room packed to the rafters with enough canned goods, firewood, and supplies to last us until spring. Our one concession to the modern world was the radio, a temperamental beast that crackled with static, our fragile lifeline to the park headquarters miles below. The first month was idyllic. We fell into a comfortable routine. Mornings were for work. We'd patrol the nearby ridges on snowshoes, checking for signs of poaching or illegal trapping, monitoring the wildlife, and taking snowpack measurements. The air was so cold and clean it felt like a physical tonic. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of our boots, the caw of a distant raven, or the whisper of wind through the skeletal branches of the birch trees. In the afternoons, we'd perform maintenance on the station, chop wood, and meticulously log our observations. Evenings were for us. Blifford would regale me with stories, his voice a low rumble against the crackle of the wood stove. He taught me how to read the subtle language of the winter landscape, to identify the tracks of a snowshoe hare versus a bobcat, to predict a coming storm by the color of the sky at dusk. In that first month, he was the consummate mentor, and I was the eager student. We were a team. Then, in the second week of December, the big snow came. It wasn't a storm so much as a siege. For 3 straight days, the sky was a sheet of bruised gray, and the snow fell in a relentless, silent curtain. The world outside our windows dissolved into a swirling vortex of white. The wind, which had previously been a whisper, rose to a mournful howl that seemed to claw at the cabin's thick walls. We kept the fire roaring, the heat a welcome defense against the oppressive cold that seeped through every tiny crack. On the 4th morning, we awoke to a profound and unnerving silence. The wind had died. The snow had stopped. I pushed open the heavy oak door and was met with a solid wall of white. The snow had drifted up past the eaves of the cabin. We were in Tomid. It took us the better part of the day, working with shovels from the inside, to carve a narrow trench out into the open. When we finally emerged, the world was unrecognizable. It was a pristine, alien landscape. The familiar shapes of the trees, the ridges, the very ground itself, had been erased, buried under a smooth, undulating blanket of powder that was easily 6 feet deep. The sun was blinding on the unbroken expanse of white. The isolation, which had before been a romantic concept, was now an absolute, physical reality. We were 2 men on a small wooden island in a vast, frozen ocean. It was a week after the great snow that Bluford started talking about it. The change in him was subtle at first. A new stillness. A tendency to stare out the main window for long stretches. His coffee growing cold in his hand. I was charting weather data one afternoon when he spoke, his voice quiet. "You see that?" he asked, nodding his head toward the window. I got up and stood beside him, following his gaze. The window looked out onto a small clearing we maintained in front of the station. Beyond it, the forest began, a dense wall of snow-laden spruce and fir. "See what blue? Out there, by the edge of the trees." He pointed with a thick finger. "The tall one. The pale one." I squinted, my eyes scanning the tree line. I saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. There were just the trees. Their branches heavy with snow casting long blue shadows across the clearing. The play of light and shadow on the snow could create 1,000 illusions, and I assumed that's all it was. "I don't see anything, man," I said with a light chuckle. "Just snow and shadows. Maybe the sun's getting to you." He didn't laugh. He just kept staring, his jaw set. "No. It was there. It's been there for a couple of days. Just watching." He turned away from the window, but the look in his eyes was one I hadn't seen before. It wasn't fear, not yet. It was a deep, unsettling certainty. I dismissed it. We were in an extreme environment. The monotony, the sensory deprivation of the endless white, the crushing silence, it was bound to play tricks on the mind. It was a classic case of cabin fever, I told myself. Nothing more. But Bluford was the senior ranger. He was the confident one, the charismatic leader, whose reality had always seemed more solid than my own. And in the crushing, silent isolation of that cabin, his certainty was like a virus, waiting for the right moment to infect me. For the next 2 weeks, I tried to hold onto my rationality, like a man clinging to a piece of driftwood in a storm. I argued with Bluford, presenting logical explanations for what he claimed to see. "It's a snow-laden branch, blue. Look, the wind moves it, it looks like an arm. Or, it's pareidolia. The brain is wired to see faces and figures in random patterns. It's just the light. A trick of the snow." He would just shake his head, his expression a mixture of pity and frustration, as if I were the one who couldn't see the truth right in front of us. His nightly vigils by the window grew longer. The easy camaraderie we had built in that first month evaporated, replaced by a tense, oppressive silence. The cabin, once a cozy refuge, began to feel like a cage. Bluford's descriptions of the figure became more detailed, more specific. "It's gaunt," he'd whisper, his voice raspy in the quiet of the room. "Like a famine victim, but tall, impossibly tall. And its limbs are too long, jointed wrong, like a spider's." He claimed it moved without making a sound and, most unnervingly, without leaving tracks in the deep snow. "It just appears," he said, his eyes wide. "One moment there's nothing but trees, the next it's there. Standing at the edge of the clearing, watching." His certainty was the most terrifying part. This wasn't the Bluford I knew. The man who could face down a charging boar with nothing but a steady nerve and a loud voice. That man was gone. In his place was a haunted, hollowed-out version, a man consumed by a fear I couldn't see. And his fear was contagious. It was a low-grade fever that began to burn in my own mind. I started to doubt myself. What if he was right? He was the senior ranger, the one with decades of experience in these mountains. Who was I, the quiet bookworm, to tell him what was real and what wasn't? In that crushing, silent isolation, his reality began to feel more solid than my own. The first time I saw it, I almost convinced myself I hadn't. I was washing the dinner dishes, looking out the small window over the sink. It was dusk, that strange, ethereal time when the blue of the snow deepens, and the world seems to hold its breath. My eyes were on the suds in the basin, but some flicker of movement in my peripheral vision made me look up. At the farthest edge of the clearing, where the shadows of the forest were darkest, a patch of white seemed to detach itself from the snow. Covered background. It was taller than it should have been, and unnaturally thin. It wasn't a branch, and it wasn't a trick of the light. It was a shape, a form. I blinked, and it was gone. Just snow and shadows. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I said nothing to Blifford. To speak of it would be to make it real, to admit that the virus had finally taken hold. But the damage was done. The seed of his fear had found fertile ground in my own exhausted mind. I started seeing it everywhere. A flash of white in the corner of my eye during our patrols. A shadow in the cabin that was too long, too thin. Was it real? Or was I just seeing what Blifford had programmed me to see? The question became a torment, a constant, looping internal debate that offered no peace. Our shared paranoia spiraled. We became a two-man cult of fear, a classic case of folie de deux. Though I didn't know the term then, the pretense of normalcy fell away. Our conversations were no longer about weather patterns or wildlife, but about it. It was closer last night, Blifford would say, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. I could almost see its face. We stopped our patrols, too afraid to venture far from the relative safety of the cabin. The world shrank to the four log walls of our prison. One evening, a week after my own sighting, we were sitting in near darkness. The fire in the stove banked low. A sudden, sharp scratching sound came from the main door. It was a dry, scraping sound, like bare branches being dragged across the wood. We both froze. Blifford's hand shot out and gripped my arm, his fingers like steel bands. We sat there for what felt like an eternity listening. It came again. Scrape, scratch. It's trying to get in, Blifford breathed, his voice trembling. It's hungry. That was the turning point. The threat was no longer a distant figure in the woods. It was at our door. The next morning, we boarded up the windows. We used spare planks from the storage room, hammering them over the glass, plunging the cabin into a gloomy, perpetual twilight. We took turns on watch, sitting in the dark with our shotguns across our laps, listening for the crunch of snow that never came. Our patrol logs, the official record of our duty, became a frantic, shared diary of our descent into madness. January 12. Blifford, it was closer last night. I could see its eyes. They're like burnt holes in the snow. January 14. Junius, I heard it scratching at the door again. A low sound, like an animal. Blue says it's learning. Says it knows we're in here. January 17. Blifford, the radio is dead. Just static. It doesn't want us to call for help. It wants us for itself. January 20. Junius, I saw a face in the one crack we left in the boards. pale. No features, just a smooth white mask. I screamed. Blue pulled me away from the window. The fear was real. The threat felt real. We were starving our own minds of reason and light, feeding our shared delusion with every whisper, every shadow, every imagined sound. The air in the cabin grew thick with our terror, stale and suffocating. We were trapped, not just by the snow, but by the monster we had created between us. And we both knew, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that it was only a matter of time before it found a way in. The breaking point came in early February, riding on the back of a blizzard. The forecast crackling through the radio, before it finally died for good, had called for a heavy storm. But this was something else entirely. This was a physical assault. The wind didn't just howl, it shrieked, a high, thin sound like 1,000 tortured souls. The cabin, which had felt so sturdy, groaned and shuddered under the onslaught, the logs contracting with sharp cracks like rifle shots. Snow, fine as dust, forced its way through infinitesimal gaps in the walls, coating every surface in a fine, cold powder. The world outside ceased to exist, replaced by a roaring, suffocating whiteness. In the claustrophobic, lamp-lit gloom of our fortress, our shared terror reached its zenith. Every shriek of the wind was its voice. Every groan of the cabin was its weight pressing down on the roof. We hadn't slept for more than a few minutes at a time in days, starting at every sound, our shotguns never leaving our hands. Bluford was a wreck. His eyes were bloodshot and wild, his face a pale, gaunt mask of sleepless dread. He paced the small confines of the main room like a caged animal, muttering to himself, his gaze darting into the darkest corners. "It's inside," he whispered, his voice cracking. He stopped pacing and stared at the corner where the shadows were deepest. "Don't you feel it, Junius? The cold, it's not the storm, it's him. He got in. Blue, stop it." I pleaded, my own voice shaking. "It's just the wind. The cabin is settling." But my words were hollow even to me. In the heart of that blizzard, the line between the natural and the supernatural had been completely erased. The storm was the monster, and the monster was the storm. He wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on that corner. "I can hear it breathing," he hissed. "It's waiting. It's playing with us." Then he started screaming. It wasn't a yell of anger or a cry for help. It was a raw, primal scream of pure, unadulterated terror.
The U.S.
He scrambled backwards, tripping over a chair and crashing to the floor. His shotgun clattered across the wooden planks.
"Check away from me.
He shrieked, Crab walking away from the empty corner.
I'll kill you."
I'll see Wyo Basiki Tohel. His sanity had completely and irrevocably shattered. The man I knew, the confident leader, was gone, consumed by the phantom he had birthed. He lurched to his feet, his eyes wild and unfocused. He snatched up his shotgun and, with a final, guttural roar, he turned and threw his shoulder against the main door. The bar we had placed across it splintered. He ripped the door open, and the blizzard flooded the room in a blinding, deafening wave of white. He ran out into it, a dark silhouette against the swirling chaos.
"See all mine wow bastard!"
He screamed, his voice almost instantly swallowed by the wind.
A
single, muffled shotgun blast echoed from the white-earth. Then another. Then nothing. Just the unrelenting, inhuman scream of the wind. I stood frozen in the doorway, the storm tearing at me, blasting my face with ice and snow.
"BLU Ford!"
I screamed, but the name was ripped from my lips. I took one step out, then another, but it was like stepping into nothingness. There was no up, no down. Just a swirling, featureless void. He was gone and Mountain had taken him. Or it had. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I scrambled back inside, fighting to pull the heavy door, shut against the force of the storm. I finally managed to slam it closed, the sound of final, definitive boom. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the blizzard's roar. I was alone, completely and utterly alone. The silence in the cabin was a living thing, pressing on me, filled with the ghost of his screams and the certainty of what lurked outside. The storm raged for 2 more days. I didn't move from the corner opposite the door, my shotgun clutched to my chest, my eyes wide in the gloom. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I just listened. I listened for the scratching to return, for the sound of his footsteps, for the whisper of the pale man. But there was only the wind. When the thaw finally came weeks later, the relief ranger, a young man named Peterson, made it up the mountain. He found a scene from a nightmare. The cabin was a wreck, dark and foul-smelling. The windows were still boarded shut. I was in the corner, half-starved, rocking back and forth, my lips cracked and bleeding. I tried to tell him. I tried to explain about the tall, pale man in the snow, about how it had watched us, tormented us, about how it had taken Blifford. My words came out in a jumbled, nonsensical rush. He just looked at me with an expression of profound pity, the way you'd look at a wounded animal. They listed Blifford as missing, presumed dead from exposure. They found no tracks, no sign of him anywhere. The official report cited extreme psychological distress due to prolonged isolation. In my case, I was placed on indefinite administrative leave, sent for evaluation. I know what they think. They think the isolation drove us both mad, that we created a shared psychosis, and that in a moment of delusion, my partner ran out into a blizzard and died. They think I simply broke. Maybe they're right. Maybe I did go crazy. Maybe there was never anything out there but snow and shadows and our own escalating fear. I try to believe that. I sit in my small, quiet apartment in the city and tell myself that it was all in my head. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the first snow of the season begins to fall, I'll look out my window. And in the periphery, at the edge of the streetlight's glow, I'll see a flicker of movement. A shadow that is too tall, too thin. A figure white as the driven snow. Just standing there. And I know, deep in the marrow of my bones, that it's just waiting for me to be alone again. My official title, the one engraved on neat brass plate on my desk, is Vivia Douglas, cum Douglas Community, Outreach Ranger for the National Park Service. It's a title that sounds deceptively gentle, conjuring images of leading school children on nature walks and explaining the life cycle of the monarch butterfly. The reality of my work in the dense, ancient folds of the Appalachian Mountains is far more complicated. I am, for all intents and purposes, the friendly, smiling face of the federal government, a buffer tasked with smoothing over the deep-seated conflicts that inevitably arise when a national park is superimposed on land people have considered their own for generations. My jurisdiction covers a sprawling territory of misty hollows and shadow, choked coves where family lines run deeper than the coal seams in the mountainside. These are people whose ancestors settled here long before the United States was a nation, let alone the Park Service. They live by a different set of rules, an older code dictated by the seasons. The mountain, and a fierce, protective loyalty to their own kin. My job is to be a diplomat, a negotiator, and sometimes a bearer of bad news. It's a role that requires a formidable amount of patience, a thick skin, and the ability to understand that a government, drawn line on a map, means nothing to a family whose dead are buried on the other side of it. The file that landed on my desk that Tuesday morning felt heavier than usual. It contained an eviction notice, a document cold and sterile in its bureaucratic language for the Mullins family. The name was familiar, spoken in hushed tones in the local diners and general stores. They lived deep in a place called Whisperwind Holler, a location that was technically within the park's designated boundaries, but was so far off the grid it might as well have been on another celestial body. Getting there required a sturdy fork 4 for the first leg, followed by a long, arduous hike. They had no electricity, no running water, and, most importantly, no desire for any connection to the world outside their secluded world. The Mullinses were Melungeon. It's a term that carries a heavy weight in this part of the country, a name for a people of mixed, mysterious ancestry who have always kept to themselves, and for good reason. For centuries, they have been objects of suspicion and prejudice, their unique heritage making them outsiders even among other mountain folk. They are a proud, private people, and the idea of serving an eviction notice to them felt less like a bureaucratic task and more like a deliberate act of provocation. The matriarch, and the name specified on the notice, was Elspeth Mullins. According to the sparse notes in the file, she was the heart of the family. The locals who would speak of her at all referred to her as a granny woman. It wasn't a derogatory term, it was a title of respect and fear. A granny woman was a healer, a midwife, a keeper of the old ways, the Appalachian folk magic that clung to these mountains like the morning fog. She knew the herbs that could cure a fever, the words that could soothe a colicky baby, and, it was whispered, the rituals that could bring ruin to her enemies. The drive out to the trailhead was tense. The paved road gave way to gravel, then to a deeply rutted dirt track that scraped the undercarriage of my government-issued truck. I parked where the track became impassable and began my hike. The air grew cooler, thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something wild and ancient. The forest here was different. The trees seemed to crowd closer together, their branches interlocking overhead, filtering the sunlight into a dim, greenish twilight. The silence was profound, broken only by the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth and the rhythmic crunch of my boots. After nearly an hour, the path opened into a small, surprisingly well-kept clearing. A log cabin, weathered to a silver gray, sat nestled against the mountainside, a thin plume of smoke curling from its stone chimney. A woman was sitting on the porch in a rocking chair, as if she had been expecting me all along. It was Elspeth Mullins. She was ancient. Her face was a breathtaking roadmap of wrinkles, each line a story, a hardship, a winter survived. Her hair, white as cotton, was pulled back in a severe bun. But it was her eyes that held me. They were dark, almost black, and they possessed a sharpness, an intelligence that seemed to bore right through my carefully constructed professional demeanor. They were eyes that had seen everything this mountain had to offer. "You're the government woman," she said. It wasn't a question. Her voice was low and raspy, like stones grinding together in a dry creek bed. "My name is Vivia Douglas, ma'am," I said, stopping at the foot of the porch steps. I held out the folded papers. I'm with the National Park Service. I'm afraid I have to deliver this to you." She made no move to take them. Her dark eyes flickered from my face to the official, looking documents in my hand and back again. "I know what it is. A piece of paper from a man in a city telling me the ground my home sits on ain't mine. Ma'am, it's a legal matter." I began, launching into the standard speech I'd rehearsed in my head. I was just a messenger. I was only doing my job. There were resources, programs to help with relocation, financial assistance. The words sounded hollow and absurd in the profound silence of the hauler. She let me finish, her expression unchanging. When I was done, a long moment passed. "This land don't belong to your government," she said, her voice dropping even lower, imbued with an unshakable certainty. "It never has. It belongs to the mountain. And we," she gestured vaguely to the cabin behind her, "we belong to it. You try to take us from it, you'll bring a sorrow on yourself you can't even imagine." I had heard threats before, veiled and overt. It was part of the job. But this felt different. This wasn't the angry blustering of a man who'd been caught poaching. This was a statement of fact, delivered with the same gravity as a preacher reading scripture. "I understand this is your home," I said, my voice softer than I intended. "But the law, your law," she interrupted, "is a thin weed. It has no roots here." There was nothing more to say. I placed the papers on the bottom step of the porch. As I turned to leave, I heard a sound behind me. She had risen from her chair and spat on the ground. A dark speck of moisture on the dry, packed earth right where I had been standing. "I put a cross on your path, little ranger," she whispered, and the sound carried in the still air with chilling clarity. "You'll be sorry you ever wore that uniform." A curse. My modern, educated mind immediately rebelled. It was a primitive intimidation tactic, a manifestation of powerless rage. I was a federal officer, a representative of logic, order, and the rule of law. I got back in my truck, shook my head, and even managed a small, dismissive laugh. But the mountain had hurt her. The strange occurrences began that very evening. They were small things at first, easily dismissed as coincidence or bad luck. My truck, which had never given me a day of trouble, refused to start the next morning. The mechanic I had towed to my cabin could find nothing wrong with it. It started for him on the first try. A few days later, a heavy box of archived files inexplicably tumbled from a high shelf in my office, landing on my foot and leaving a deep, throbbing bruise. Annoying, yes, but hardly supernatural. Then things began to escalate. I was stacking firewood beside my cabin when my hand brushed against something cold and scaly. I recoiled just as a copperhead, thick as my wrist, struck the space where my fingers had been. In 10 years of living in these mountains, I had never seen one so close to the house. The following week, I was hiking a familiar trail, one I'd walked 100 times. Minutes after I passed a steep, rocky outcrop, a thunderous roar echoed through the valley. I turned to see that a section of the cliff face had given way, burying the path I had just walked under tons of rock and splintered trees. I was missed by inches, by seconds. Coincidence. Bad luck. That's what I told myself. But a cold knot of dread was beginning to form in my stomach. Elspeth's whispered words echoed in my mind. "I put a cross on your path." It wasn't a direct assault. It was something more insidious. It was as if the world around me, the very land I was sworn to protect, was slowly, methodically turning against me. The curse wasn't a single, dramatic event. It was a quiet, creeping erosion of my reality, a relentless pressure from a power that was born of this land and its people. A power I had no right to challenge, and no defense against. The near misses during the day, the snake, the rock slide, were terrifying enough, but they were events I could process, file away under the heading of statistically improbable but physically possible. I could rationalize them as the mountain's inherent dangers, dangers I was trained to respect. But as the days bled into a week, then too, the focus of the assault shifted. The curse, if that's what it was, followed me home. It began to seep through the chinks in my cabin walls, to own the night, a territory where my logic and training were of no use. It started with the whippoorwill. Its call began precisely at dusk, a lonely, looping cry from the dense woods that bordered my property. Whip-poor. Will. At first, it was just another sound in the forest's nocturnal symphony. But this one was different. It was unnervingly close, and it never stopped. For hours, the same three-note call drilled into the silence, a relentless, maddening metronome counting down to something I couldn't name. I remembered a conversation with an old-timer at the general store years ago, his face grim as he talked about local lore. A whippoorwill calling too near a house, that's a death omen, he'd said, spitting a stream of tobacco juice. The bird is measuring a soul for a coffin. I had dismissed it as a quaint superstition then. Now, the memory surfaced with a cold, unwelcome clarity. Sleep became a battleground. I would lie in bed, the whippoorwill's call piercing the darkness, my body tense and coiled like a spring. Then came the paralysis. It would clamp down on me, without warning, in the deepest part of the night. I'd surface from a dream into a state of horrifying awareness, my eyes wide open, staring at the familiar moonlit shapes of my bedroom. But I couldn't move. Not a finger, not a toe. My limbs were leaden, pinned to the mattress by an impossible, crushing weight that centered on my chest, making each breath a desperate, shallow struggle. Panic, pure and primal, would scream through my mind, but my throat was locked, unable to produce a sound. It was in this state of helpless terror that the presence would make itself known. The air in the room would grow heavy and cold, a pocket of frigid stillness that had nothing to do with the outside temperature, and I would hear the whispering. It was a dry, sibilant sound, like dead leaves skittering across stone, and it formed words that were just at the edge of comprehension. The voice was unmistakably Elspeth Mullins's. It spoke of sorrows and roots, of thin weeds and ancient claims. It wasn't loud, but it was inside my head, a venomous murmur that bypassed my ears entirely. Sometimes I would feel a cold touch on my cheek, as insubstantial as a spider's web, and the smell of damp earth and bitter herbs would fill my nostrils. The rational part of my brain, the part that wrote reports and cited federal regulations, fought back with textbook explanations. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations. These were known phenomena. The weight on the chest, the feeling of a presence, the auditory illusions. They were all classic symptoms. Tricks of a sleep, deprived and stressed mind. I clung to these explanations like a drowning woman to a piece of driftwood. I would recite them to myself in the morning, my hands shaking as I brewed coffee, the whippoorwill finally silent. But the clinical terms felt flimsy, inadequate shields against the visceral memory of the cold, the whispering, the absolute certainty that I was not alone. My world began to shrink. The confident, capable ranger who could track, A black bear or navigate by the stars was gone, replaced by a frayed, hollowed-out version of herself. I was perpetually exhausted, with dark circles under my eyes that no amount of concealer could hide. My focus at work shattered. I'd misplace files, forget appointments, and stare blankly at my computer screen for hours. My supervisor, a kind but by the book man named Dave, called me into his office. "Vivia, is everything all right?" he asked, his brow furrowed with genuine concern. "You're not yourself lately. Your reports are late, and frankly, they're a mess. If there's something going on at home, you know my door is always open." I wanted to tell him. I wanted to scream it. An old woman in a holler cursed me, and now the mountain is trying to kill me, and her ghost is haunting my nights. The absurdity of the words caught in my throat. I was a federal officer. I represented logic and law. Admitting to a belief in folk magic would be professional suicide. I would be sent for a psych evaluation, placed on administrative leave, and become a cautionary tale whispered around the ranger station. So I lied. "I'm fine, Dave. Just a bit run down, not sleeping well. I'll get back on track." The lie isolated me further. I was falling apart and no one could know the real reason why. My authority, my badge, my sidearm. They were symbols of a power that was utterly useless against this creeping, intangible dread. The curse wasn't breaking down my door. It was dismantling my mind. One night, the terror escalated. The whippoorwill was calling. The air was thick with impending dread. But sleep paralysis had not yet taken me. I heard a sound from the porch. A distinct, rhythmic scraping. It was the sound of a rocking chair. The one on my porch moving back and forth on the wooden planks. But I was inside. Alone. Every instinct screamed at me to hide, to pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. But a different part of me, the ranger who refused to be cowed, took over. Rage, born of fear and frustration, surged through me. I was not going to be terrorized in my own home. I slipped out of bed, my movements silent, and retrieved the heavy, government issue mag-light from my nightstand and the Glock from its lockbox. My hands were steady, my purpose clear. I was going to confront a physical threat, a person, a tangible enemy. I crept to the living room window, staying in the shadows, and peered out at the porch. The rocking chair was moving, swaying gently in the moonlight. But it was empty. As I watched, it slowed to a stop. The scraping ceased. The silence that followed was more profound, more terrifying than the sound itself. I stood there for a long time, flashlight in one hand, gun in the other, my heart hammering against my ribs. My weapons felt like children's toys. They were useless. My authority was a joke. The law was a ghost. There was nothing to shoot, nothing to arrest, nothing to fight. There was only the quiet, relentless pressure of a power that had been here long before my government existed. A power that I had foolishly provoked and had no way to appease. The battle wasn't for the land anymore. It was for my sanity. And I was low. The long night after the rocking chair incident was the end of my resistance. I didn't go back to bed. I sat in a hard-backed kitchen chair, my useless handgun on the table beside me, and watched the moon trace its slow, cold arc across the sky. The whippoorwill sang its relentless dirge. The fight was over. I had lost. It wasn't a battle of wills, but a collision of worlds, and mine was fragile, artificial, and utterly outmatched. The realization settled not with a crash, but with a quiet, hollow certainty. My logic, my laws, my government. They were foreign languages here, meaningless symbols in the face of something that drew its power from the very soil. To continue fighting would be to invite, not just madness, but annihilation. By the time the first gray light of dawn began to dilute the darkness, a decision had formed. It was the only path left. I couldn't undo what I had done, but I had to try to make amends. I wasn't going to file for a transfer or request a psychological leave of absence. I was going back to Whisperwind Holler, not as Ranger Douglas, an agent of the federal government, but as Vivia, a woman who had trespassed and now sought pardon. My first stop wasn't my office. It was the old general store in the valley, a place that smelled of sawdust, coffee, and history. The proprietor, a man named Silas, whose grandfather had run the store before him, watched me with curious eyes as I bypassed the usual aisles. I didn't need ammunition or trail mix. I needed to speak a different language, the one Elspeth understood. I bought a pouch of the best local pipe tobacco, dark and fragrant, and a heavy glass jar of sorwood honey, its amber depths glowing in the store's dusty light. These weren't random items. They were a traditional offering of respect, a gesture of peace. It was an admission that my authority meant nothing, and that I was approaching her on her terms, according to her laws. As I paid, Silas simply nodded, a flicker of understanding in his gaze. He didn't need to ask. In these mountains, some things needed no explanation. The drive and the subsequent hike to the holler were profoundly different this time. Before, I had been an intruder, my presence an assertion of power. Now I was a supplicant. The forest seemed to sense the change. The oppressive silence was still there, but it felt less menacing, more watchful. I felt the weight of countless unseen eyes, but they were no longer hostile. They were waiting, observing. My heavy ranger boots felt clumsy and loud on the path, my uniform stiff and alien. I was acutely aware of myself as an outsider, a representative of the world that had tried to impose its will on this ancient place. When I finally reached the clearing, the scene was almost identical to my first visit. The log cabin stood silent, smoke once again curling from the chimney, and Elspeth Mullins was on the porch, sitting in her rocking chair, as if no time had passed at all. She watched my approach, her dark eyes unblinking, her expression unreadable. I stopped at the foot of the steps, the same place I had stood when I delivered the eviction notice. The air was thick with unspoken words, with the memory of my arrogance and her whispered promise of sorrow. My hands trembled slightly as I held out the gifts. I didn't climb the steps. Instead, I bent down and placed the pouch of tobacco and the jar of honey carefully on the bottom step. My voice, when I finally found it, was raw and unsteady. "Mrs. Mullins." She said nothing, her gaze fixed on my face. "I can't make them stop," I whispered, the confession tearing from my throat. The words were an admission of my utter powerlessness, a surrender of the pride and certainty that had defined my life. The things that are happening. I can't fight it, but I can stop trying to move you. I came to tell you that. I took a shaky breath, the words tumbling out now. I'll go back to the office. I'll file a new report. I'll say the land is geologically unstable, that the access trail has been destroyed. I'll say it's inaccessible for federal use. They'll believe me. I'll lose my chance at a promotion, and my supervisor will probably think I'm incompetent, but it's the only thing I can do. You can stay. No one will bother you again. I swear it. I stood there, exposed and vulnerable, my plea hanging in the still mountain air. I had offered the only thing I had left to give, my career, my ambition, my place in the world I came from. Elspeth looked at me for a long, silent eternity. Her dark, intelligent eyes searched my face, peeling back the layers of my uniform, my title, my desperation. She was looking for the truth, and I knew that no lie would survive her scrutiny. I met her gaze, letting her see the sleepless nights, the terror, the hollowed-out shell of the woman I had become. Finally, after a moment that stretched into an eternity, she gave a slow, deliberate nod. It was a small movement, but it felt as momentous as the shifting of a continent. She rose slowly from her chair, her old bones creaking in protest, and disappeared into the dark interior of the cabin. She returned a moment later holding a small, handmade broom, its bristles bound with twine. She didn't speak. She simply bent down, and with 3 slow, intentional sweeps, she swept the porch steps right in front of where I stood. She brushed away the dust, the leaves, and the invisible stain of her curse. She was clearing my path. A wave of relief so profound it almost brought me to my knees washed over me. I managed a choked, "Thank you," before turning and walking away. I didn't look back. The hike out of the holler felt like waking from a long and terrible fever. The air seemed lighter, the sunlight brighter as it filtered through the canopy. When I reached my cabin that evening, the familiar dread was gone, replaced by a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. As dusk settled over the mountains, I stood by my window and listened. I listened for the sound that had haunted my nights, the harbinger of my terror. But for the first time in weeks, the whippoorwill was silent. The forest was filled only with the gentle chorus of crickets and the sigh of the wind in the pines. That night I slept. It was a deep, dreamless, and profound sleep. The weight was gone. The whispering was silenced. The sorrow had been lifted. I had kept my promise and filed the report. And in doing so, I had learned that some lines on a map should never be drawn, and that true power in these mountains had to do with a badge or a gun, but with the ancient, unwritten laws of the land and the quiet dignity of the people who belong to it. My name is Lafayette Gibson, but in the 30 years I've worn the uniform of a law enforcement ranger. I've found that life has a way of sanding down the edges of a formal name. On the Appalachian Trail, from the hollows of Tennessee to the highlands of Virginia, folks just call me Fate. It's a moniker that has always felt a little too heavy, a bit too prophetic for a man who spends most of his days dealing with lost hikers, illegal campers, and the occasional black bear that's gotten too comfortable with tourists' trash. I've always seen myself as a custodian of the wild, a guardian of that thin, sacred line between civilization and the deep, untamed heart of these mountains. In my time, I've dealt with my share of human monsters. I've tracked poachers who would kill a man as soon as a deer, and I've broken up meth labs, tucked so deep in the woods you'd need a compass and a prayer to find them. I've seen the darkness that men carry in their hearts, the kind that festers in isolation and explodes in violence. I thought I had seen it all. I thought I understood the shape and texture of evil. But the man I hunted through the Virginia highlands in the raw, brittle autumn of 2008, he was something else entirely. He was a different kind of monster, one forged in the very soil and shadow of the trail itself. His name was Randall Lee Smith. The name landed on my desk like a stone, dragging with it the cold weight of history. Even the younger rangers, the ones who weren't even born then, knew the story. Back in 1981, Smith had murdered 2 social workers, both experienced hikers, near the old Wapiti shelter. It was a brutal, senseless crime that had shattered the innocence of the trail for a generation. He was caught, convicted, and sentenced. He did his time, 15 years of a 30-year sentence, a bargain that tasted like ash in the mouths of the victims' families. And then he was out. A free man, supposedly rehabilitated. He'd drifted around, a ghost on the periphery of society. Now, 27 years later, it was happening again. 2 fishermen, brothers from a nearby town, had been found in their truck, parked at a trailhead not 5 miles from the Wapiti shelter. Both had been shot. There was no robbery, no clear motive. Just a sudden violent end. The shell casings matched a rifle Smith was known to own. And just like that, Randall Lee Smith, now a weathered and wary man of 54, was gone. He'd vanished. And there was only one place a man like him could go to disappear so completely. Back into the embrace of the mountains that knew his secrets. The manhunt was massive. State police sheriff's deputies and rangers from 3 states descended on the area. Helicopters chopped the air, their searchlights cutting uselessly through the dense autumn canopy. K-9 units bayed and strained at their leashes, their keen senses overwhelmed by a wilderness teeming with the scents of deer, bear, and damp, decaying leaves. It was a textbook operation, a show of force and modern policing. But it was a fool's errand. Smith wasn't just in the woods, he was of the woods. He knew the hidden game trails, the forgotten logging roads, the rock crevices where a man could lie for a week and never be seen. He melted into the trail system like a ghost, leaving the authorities to chase echoes and rumors. That's when my team was called in. We were a small, 4-man tracking unit. We didn't rely on helicopters or technology. We relied on the earth. We read broken twigs, scuffed moss, and the faint impressions of a boot heel in the mud. We were the ones they sent in when a man had gone deep, when the wilderness itself had become his accomplice. My team consisted of me, a young, sharp-eyed ranger named Calloway, and 2 deputies from the local county, men who had grown up hunting these same ridges. We were tasked with pushing into the deep backcountry, into the places the main search parties couldn't or wouldn't go. We were to follow the trail, live on the trail, and think like him. We had to become ghosts to catch a ghost. From the moment we stepped past the police barricades and into the quiet of the forest, the trail itself felt wrong. It wasn't the familiar, comforting quiet of nature. It was a held, breath silence, heavy and oppressive. The air was thick with the smell of wet rot and something else, something acrid and metallic that clung to the back of the throat. The vibrant reds and yellows of the autumn leaves seemed dull, as if a gray film had been draped over the world. The usual chatter of squirrels and birds was gone. There was only the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of our boots on the path. On the first day, we found the initial signs. They weren't tracks, not in the traditional sense. Calloway spotted the first one, on a massive, ancient oak tree. The bark had been peeled away in a perfect, continuous spiral, running from the base of the trunk to a point 10 feet up. It was meticulous, deliberate. It wasn't the work of an animal. A few miles later, we found another, and then another. They were like markers, but they didn't point in any logical direction. They just were. A silent, screaming testament to a mind that was operating on a different wavelength from our own. By the second day, the discoveries grew more disturbing. At a junction where a small feeder path met the main trail, someone had built a small, intricate cairn. We approached it cautiously. It wasn't made of the usual river stones. It was constructed from the bones of small animals, squirrels, rabbits, maybe a fox, and interspersed with shards of dark, jagged rock. The vertebrae were stacked with an unnerving precision, topped with the delicate, bleached skull of a bird. It was an altar, a shrine. It wasn't the work of a man just trying to hide. This was the work of a man performing rituals, leaving offerings. But to what? We started talking to the locals, the ones who live in the isolated hollows and cabins that border the trail. These are people whose families have been on this land for generations, people who hold a different kind of knowledge. They don't trust outsiders, but they trust the uniform of a ranger more than a state trooper's. An old woman with eyes as gray as the mountain mist and a face like a roadmap of hardship invited me onto her porch. She told me stories the official reports had left out. Randall was never right, she said, her voice a dry whisper like rustling leaves. Even as a boy, he'd spend weeks up on that mountain. Said he could hear it talking to him. When he killed them folks back in '81, people round here knew. It wasn't just him. The mountain took him. It gets inside people sometimes, finds the broken places, and fills them up with its own hunger. She told me Smith had become a story, a boogeyman they used to scare their children into coming home before dark. Don't you stay out on the ridge after sunset, or Randall Smith will get you. But as she spoke, I saw the genuine fear in her eyes. To her, and to the others we spoke with, this wasn't folklore. It was a truth as solid as the mountains themselves. Smith hadn't just been a killer. He was a symptom of a deeper sickness in the land, and now the sickness was flaring up again. We tracked him for 3 days, following the trail of peeled trees and bone cairns. The feeling of being watched was constant. At night, we'd build a small, smokeless fire and sit with our backs to each other, rifles across our laps. We'd hear a twig snap just beyond the firelight, or see a shadow move that was too large to be a deer. The hunt had inverted. We were the ones who felt like prey. We were moving deeper into his church, and we could feel the hostile sanctity of the place pressing in on all sides. On the third night, the trail of symbols led us inevitably, towards the Wapiti shelter, the place where it all began. The air grew colder, the silence more profound. We knew he was there. We could feel it. We were closing in on the heart of the darkness. We assembled in a clearing about a quarter-mile out, the last rays of sunlight dying behind the ridge. We checked our gear, our faces grim masks in the twilight. We were ready for a firefight, for a desperate last stand. But we weren't ready for what we were about to find. We were moving in to capture a man, but we were about to confront a god. We moved in silently, using hand signals, the way we'd been trained. The dying light cast long, skeletal shadows that clawed at the edges of our vision. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch, sounded like a gunshot in the profound stillness. The Wapiti shelter was a simple 3-sided structure, a lean-to of stone and timber that had offered refuge to thousands of hikers over the years. But as we drew closer, it no longer felt like a refuge. It felt like a tomb, a place of terrible reverence. The air grew thick with the coppery tang of blood and the damp, musty smell of the grave. We stacked up on the blind side of the shelter, our weapons at the ready. I gave the signal, and we moved as one, swinging around the corner, expecting to find him cornered, armed, and desperate. The shelter was empty, but it was a consecrated nightmare. The interior walls, the rough, hewn timber and cold stone, were covered in those same spiral symbols we had been following. They weren't just drawn, they were gouged into the wood, smeared into the stone with a dark, viscous mixture of mud and what could only be blood. They pulsed in the dim light, seeming to writhe and twist like living things. The floor was littered with more bones, feathers, and strange, knotted arrangements of roots and vines. It was a scene of absolute, devotional madness. In the center of the floor was a fire pit, long cold. The ashes were gray and powdery, but something was nestled within them. Calloway took a hesitant step forward, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. It was a human skull. It was charred and blackened, but undeniably human. Its empty eye sockets staring up at the darkening sky. A wave of nausea rolled over me. This wasn't just the hideout of a fugitive. This was his altar. This was where he made his sacrifices. Then we heard it. It came from the woods, from a small clearing just beyond the shelter. It was a sound that did not belong to the world of men. It was a low, guttural chanting, a rhythmic series of clicks and whispers and deep, resonant hums that seemed to vibrate in the bones of the earth itself. It was a language made of stone grinding on stone, of wind whistling through a fleshless ribcage. It was ancient and horrifying, and it raised the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck. We moved towards the sound, our earlier tactical precision forgotten, replaced by a primal, morbid curiosity. We pushed through a thicket of rhododendron and stepped into the clearing. And there he was. Randall Smith stood with his back to us at the edge of the clearing, facing a gnarled, ancient-looking tree. He wasn't armed. His rifle was nowhere in sight. He was just standing there, his arms raised to the sliver of a moon that hung in the purple sky, his body swaying in time with the hideous sounds that emanated from his throat. He was performing his service. I found my voice, my training kicking in, a flimsy shield against the sheer wrongness of the scene. Randall Smith. I yelled, the name sounding hollow and inadequate. Federal officer. It's over. Get on the ground. The chanting stopped. For a long moment, he was perfectly still. Then, slowly, he turned. The man who faced us was not just a 54-year-old fugitive. The years had carved him into something gaunt and sharp, but this was more than age. This was a transformation. His face was a mask of ecstatic madness, his skin stretched tight over his bones. But it was his eyes that stopped my breath. They were wrong. They held a faint, internal light, like the dying embers of a coal fire. They glowed with a light that wasn't reflected, but generated from some terrible furnace deep within him. And he smiled. It was a wide, unnatural grin that stretched his lips too far, a smile of pure, unholy joy. Smith is gone, he said, and the voice was a blasphemy. It was a rasping, layered echo of his own, as if another voice were speaking through him, using his vocal cords as a crude instrument. He gave himself to the trail. He gave himself to the hunger. And the trail is still hungry. And then he lunged. He didn't run at us. He launched himself across the clearing with a speed that was simply not possible for a man his age, for any man. He moved with the explosive, predatory grace of a mountain cat, his hands crooked into claws. There was no strategy, no self-preservation in his attack. It was pure, mindless violence. He slammed into one of the deputies, a big, corn-fed man named Harris, with the force of a battering ram. Harris went down with a grunt, the air driven from his lungs. Smith was on him in an instant, his hands reaching for the deputy's face, his fingers digging like talons. Calloway and I opened fire, our shots deafening in the small clearing. We weren't aiming to kill, not yet. We were firing into the ground, trying to break his focus. It had no effect. He didn't even flinch. It took all three of us who were still on our feet to pull him off Harris. The strength in his wary frame was unbelievable. It was like wrestling with a machine, all knotted cable and steel. He thrashed and bucked, a low, continuous growl rumbling in his chest. He bit Calloway on the arm, his teeth sinking deep, and the young ranger cried out in pain and shock. Finally, I managed to get a chokehold on him from behind, and the other Deputy Miller got his legs. We wrestled him to the ground, the smell of damp earth and his own foul, unwashed scent filling my nostrils. Even with our combined weight on him, he fought with a terrifying, single-minded ferocity. As we struggled to get the cuffs on his wrists, he never stopped smiling that terrible, ecstatic smile. His glowing eyes were locked on me, and in their depths, I saw no fear, no anger, no desperation. I saw only a vast and ancient appetite, a hunger that had found its perfect vessel. We weren't arresting a man. We were caging an animal that wore a man's skin. The hike-out was the longest 5 miles of my life. We half carried, half dragged him back towards the trailhead. Once the cuffs were on, the impossible, frenzied strength seemed to drain out of him. But what replaced it was almost worse. He became a dead weight, pliant and limp, yet his head was always cocked to one side, that horrific, joyful smile plastered on his face. His glowing eyes, now dimmed to a faint orange pulse, never blinked. He watched the forest as we moved through it, a king being paraded through his kingdom in chains. He didn't speak again. Not with that layered, rasping voice. But he hummed. It was a low, tuneless sound, the same guttural frequency from his chanting. A vibration that seemed to make my teeth ache. The woods themselves seemed to mourn our departure. A cold wind picked up, moaning through the trees. And a sudden, frigid rain began to fall, soaking us to the bone. It felt less like weather and more like a conscious act of malice. The mountain trying to hold onto its priest. We stumbled over roots that hadn't been there before, and took wrong turns on a trail we knew like the back of our hands. Through it all, Smith just smiled and hummed, his gaze fixed on the canopy above. When we finally broke through the tree line and saw the flashing blue and red lights of the command post, it was like surfacing from a deep, dark ocean. The relief was so profound it almost brought me to my knees. The other officers and deputies swarmed us, their faces a mixture of relief and disbelief. They saw our torn uniforms, the blood on Calloway's arm, the exhaustion etched into our faces. And then they saw Randall Smith. A hush fell over the assembled crowd of lawmen. They stared at the wary filth, caked man we held between us. They saw the vacant, smiling mask of his face and the faint, dying light in his eyes. I saw a young state trooper, full of bravado and swagger, take one look at Smith and instinctively cross himself. They put him in the back of a squad car, and as they slammed the door, his eyes met mine through the rain-streaked glass. The smile widened, if that were even possible. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. It wasn't a gesture of defeat. It was a gesture of acknowledgement, of shared knowledge. It was a farewell from one believer to another. We took him in, and he was placed in an isolation cell at the county jail. The official report would be a tapestry of euphemisms and clinical jargon. The fight was resisting arrest. His strength was a PCP-fueled psychotic episode, though the tox screen would come back clean. The symbols in the shelter were evidence of a disturbed and ritualistic mindset. They had their neat little boxes to put everything in, their rational explanations to keep the darkness at bay. But none of them had been in that clearing. None of them had heard that voice. I stayed close to the case, checking in with the sheriff every day. The reports from the jail were bizarre. Smith refused all food and water. He didn't sleep. He just sat on the edge of his cot, perfectly still, for hours on end, smiling at a blank concrete wall. Sometimes, the deputies on duty would hear him, humming that same low, resonant note. They put him on suicide watch, but he made no move to harm himself. It was as if he was simply waiting. His body was in a cage, but his mind, his soul, was somewhere else entirely. He was a vessel, and his God had recalled him. He died in custody 4 days after we brought him in. The official cause of death was listed as heart failure, likely brought on by dehydration and exposure. It was a clean, simple explanation that closed the file. But I know what I saw in the morgue when they let me see the body. The smile was finally gone, but his face was locked in an expression of profound, serene peace. And the light in his eyes, the terrible, glowing embers, had finally gone out. They were just the flat, dead eyes of a man again. The vessel was empty. The case was closed. The human skull from the fire pit was never identified. It was logged into evidence as a John Doe, another forgotten victim of a madman. The media called Randall Lee Smith a monster, a throwback, a killer who had finally been brought to justice. They told a story of a man who had fallen through the cracks. They never told the real story. I still walk the trail. It's my job, but it's different now. I see the spiral patterns in the grain of the wood, in the unfurling of a fern. I hear a whisper in the wind that sounds like a click and a hiss. I look at the ancient, moss-covered rocks in the deep, dark hollows, and I no longer see just a wilderness. I see a church, a vast, patient, and hungry church. The most terrifying monsters aren't the ones that are born in the woods. They're the ones that walk into them as men, broken and empty, and let the darkness in. Randall Smith wasn't just a killer. He was a willing convert. He found a God in those mountains, a God made of rock and root and shadow, and he gave himself over to it completely. He was just a vessel, a priest for a faith as old as the stones themselves, and his God is still out there. His church is still open, and it's always hungry for new converts. My official title is District Ranger Pearl Maples, assigned to the Cades Cove sector of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's a designation that carries a certain weight, a sense of stewardship over one of the most visited and yet profoundly isolated areas in the entire park system. Most people who drive the 11-mile loop see the cove as a living postcard, a serene valley where white-tailed deer graze languidly in sun-drenched fields and the rustic silhouettes of preserved 19th century cabins stand as silent testaments to a bygone era. They see the beauty, the peace. They don't see the teeth hiding just beneath the smile. I've been a ranger for nearly 15 years, and most of that time has been spent here, walking the same trails the Cherokee did, patrolling the same ridges where settlers eked out a hardscrabble existence. You learn the rhythms of the place, the sharp, resinous scent of pine after a summer rain, the way the fog settles in the valley like a shroud, muffling all sound until the world feels like it's holding its breath. You also learn the stories. The mountains are old, and they hold memories like bedrock holds water. There are tales of spectral painters, of strange lights on the mountain crests, and of creatures that defy easy classification. We rangers tend to file these under local color, the kind of folklore that adds a certain mystique to the park, but has no bearing on the practical, often mundane reality of our work managing wildlife, assisting lost hikers, and dealing with the endless tide of tourists who seem determined to get a selfie with a black bear. Among the pantheon of Cades Cove legends, the one I'd always dismissed with a private chuckle was the tale of the cussing cover. It was a story that felt a little too neat, a little too perfectly constructed to be anything more than a campfire yarn spun to spook visitors. The legend centers on a woman named Mavis Estep, who lived and died in the cove long before it was absorbed into the national park. Mavis, the story goes, harbored a pathological fear of lightning. It was more than a simple aversion, it was a soul, deep terror that dictated the course of her life. She was said to have been born during a cataclysmic thunderstorm, her first cries drowned out by a deafening clap of thunder that shook the log cabin where she was delivered. From that day on, she was convinced she was marked by the storm, that her end would come from a bolt of lightning. This fear manifested in peculiar ways. She refused to use metal cutlery during a storm, would count the seconds between a flash and its rumble with frantic intensity, and, most significantly, she made her husband, Basil, swear a solemn oath that their home would never contain a metal bed frame. She believed it would act as a magnet, a personal invitation for the heavens to strike. Basil, a patient and loving man by all accounts, indulged her phobia. They slept on a simple wooden frame for all their married years. Mavis was a master quilter. Her handiwork was renowned throughout the small, isolated community. She stitched with a meticulous artistry. Her quilts not just blankets, but tapestries of their life together. Patches from her wedding dress, a baby's swaddling cloth, a square from a favorite apron. But she had one quilt she called her cussing cover. She'd started it after her first major argument with Basil, a bitter fight over a small plot of land. In a fit of spiteful inspiration, she took the shirt he had been wearing, snipped a small square from the tail, and stitched it into the quilt's corner, surrounding the offending piece of fabric with her angriest, most jagged stitches. Over the years, whenever their tempers flared, she would retreat to her rocking chair, the cussing cover in her lap, and mutter her frustrations into the threads. It became a vessel for her silent, simmering resentments. When Mavis died, not from a lightning strike, but from a wasting fever, Basil mourned her deeply. But time, as it does, sanded the edges of his grief. He eventually remarried a younger woman from a neighboring valley. The new wife, practical and unsentimental, saw no reason to sleep on a lumpy horsehair mattress on a creaky wooden frame. She persuaded Basil to buy a modern, fashionable metal bedstead from a catalog. On the first truly cold night of autumn, the new Mrs. Estep, rummaging through an old cedar chest, found Mavis's quilts. She pulled one out, a beautiful, heavy thing with intricate patterns. It was, of course, the cussing cover. She spread it over their new metal bed. The sky that night was, by all accounts, perfectly clear, a vast, star-dusted expanse. Then, from out of that placid blackness, A single brilliant bolt of lightning descended. It struck the cabin's roof, splintered the main beam, and traveled directly to the metal bed frame. Basil was killed instantly. His new wife was thrown across the room, miraculously unharmed. The quilt, they say, was left without so much as a scorch mark. Mavis had gotten her revenge. That was the story. A fine piece of Appalachian Gothic, but a story nonetheless. My week had been a tedious procession of ticketing, illegally parked cars, and reminding tourists that, yes, the 200-pound animal with claws and teeth is, in fact, a wild animal. The call came in about an abandoned campsite in a restricted zone deep in the backcountry. It was a long, arduous hike, and when I arrived, I found the usual mess: discarded food wrappers, a hastily doused fire pit, and a cheap nylon tent. It was irritating. These restricted zones exist for a reason: to allow the ecosystem to recover, to protect sensitive habitats. As I was dismantling the tent, my boot kicked something solid tucked under a cluster of rhododendrons. It was a dry bag, the kind serious hikers use to protect their gear from the elements. It was heavy. Assuming it was full of trash the campers had been too lazy to pack out, I unclipped the seal with a sigh of resignation. Inside, nestled in the waterproof lining, was a quilt. It was old. The colors were faded, but the patterns were still vibrant, a complex geometry of stars and squares. The fabric was soft, worn smooth with age and use. It was remarkably well preserved, and my first thought was that it was a family heirloom, accidentally left behind. It was my duty to log it as found property. I folded it carefully, the weight of it surprising me, and stuffed it back into the dry bag. It wasn't until I got back to the ranger station, under the sterile fluorescent lights of the main office, that I decided to give it a proper inspection before tagging it. I spread it out on the large central table. The craftsmanship was undeniable. Each stitch was tiny and precise. It smelled of cedar and wood smoke, and something else, something faintly electric, like the air after a summer storm. I ran my hand over the surface, tracing the patterns. And then I saw it. In the bottom right corner, there was a patch that didn't belong. Amidst the calico and gingham, the floral prints and homespun cotton, was a small 2-inch square of faded, light blue fabric. It was a different texture, a coarser weave, clearly cut from a man's work shirt. The stitching around it was subtly different too. Tighter, almost angry. A cold dread, irrational and unwelcome, washed over me. It was impossible. It had to be a replica. A clever joke crafted by some local artisan with a deep love for park folklore. A very, very good replica. But as I stood there, alone in the quiet station, the story of the cussing cover no longer felt like a funny bit of folklore. It felt like a warning. I looked at the tag I was meant to fill out. Item 1, iron handmade quilt. Color various. Condition old. I hesitated, my pen hovering over the paper. Outside, the sky was beginning to darken, the Appalachian evening drawing a curtain of deep indigo over the cove. The air grew heavy, the barometric pressure dropping in, that way that signals a coming storm. I left the quilt on the table and walked to the window, my unease growing with the darkening sky. Storms in the Smokies are a fact of life. They can boil up out of nowhere, fierce and sudden, then vanish just as quickly. But this felt different. There was a weight to the air, a palpable tension that made the hair on my arms stand on end. The wind began to moan, a low, mournful sound that seemed to snake its way through the gaps in the window frames of the old station. The first drops of rain weren't gentle. They were thick, heavy splats against the glass, like thrown pebbles. Then came the first flash. It wasn't a distant flicker, but a blinding, instantaneous web of white light that bleached the entire valley of color, followed by a crack of thunder so immediate and violent it felt less like a sound and more like a physical blow. The building shuddered. The lights, which had been steady until now, buzzed and flickered erratically, casting the office in a nauseating strobe effect. My heart hammered against my ribs. I'm a ranger. I've spent countless nights in the backcountry during violent weather. This was not normal. I grabbed the radio handset to check in with the central dispatch, a standard procedure during a severe weather event. Cadiz Cove Ranger Station to dispatch. How are you reading me? I asked, my voice tight. The only response was a burst of static, punctuated by a high-pitched whine. I tried again. More static, angrier this time, like the shriek of something metallic being torn apart. The radio was dead. That was the first tendril of real, professional fear. Being cut off in the cove during a storm of this magnitude was a dangerous proposition. Another flash of lightning, closer this time, illuminated the front yard. For a split second, I saw the old, weathered flagpole, a landmark of the station for 50 years, and then it was gone. An explosion of sound and light happened simultaneously, and the flagpole disintegrated into a shower of wooden splinters, some of which peppered the side of the station like shrapnel. I ducked instinctively, my breath catching in my throat. That wasn't a random strike. It was a direct hit on a prominent object, a metal pole reaching for the sky, just like a metal bed frame. My mind, struggling to maintain a grip on logic, was racing. Freak electrical storm. Positive streamers. It happens. But the explanation felt thin, a flimsy shield against a rising tide of primal fear. I forced myself to move, to go through the motions of securing the station. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, my hands shaking slightly. The rain was a deafening roar now, a solid wall of water that blurred the world outside into an impressionistic chaos of greens and grays. It was then that the next bolt hit. This one struck the massive, ancient oak tree that dominated the edge of the parking lot. It was a titan of a tree, one that had stood when the Cherokee still called this valley home. The lightning didn't just scar it, it cleaved it in two. The sound was a deafening, grinding crack, like the world itself was splitting open, followed by the groan of 1,000 tons of wood giving way. Half of the mighty oak crashed to the ground, its fall shaking the very foundations of the station. The strikes were getting closer. It was a systematic, deliberate progression. The flagpole, the oak tree. It felt like a siege. It felt like artillery, ranging shots finding their mark before the final, devastating volley. My eyes were drawn against my will to the center of the room, to the table where the quilt lay. In the flickering, unreliable light of the dying fluorescence, it seemed to be breathing. It was an optical illusion, I told myself. A trick of the strobing light and my own frayed nerves. But the impression was powerful. The intricate patterns seemed to shift and writhe, and the air around it shimmered with a faint, blue, white aura, like heat haze. The smell I had noticed earlier, that scent of ozone and static, was stronger now, filling the room with a clean, terrifying perfume. I took a hesitant step closer. The quilt wasn't just lying there. It was humming. It was a low, resonant thrum that I felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled up through the soles of my boots and into my bones. The legend had it all wrong. My rational mind, My 15 years of ranger training finally shattered and fell away, leaving behind the cold, hard certainty of the impossible. Mavis Estep's fear wasn't the point. Her rage was. The quilt wasn't a magnet that attracted lightning. It was a conduit. It was a battery that had been slowly charged for over a century with a woman's focused, bitter, and undying fury. And now, in my hands, in my station, it was awake. It was directing the storm. It was aiming. And the station, filled with its metal filing cabinets, its radio equipment, its electrical wiring, was the next logical target. I was standing in the crosshairs. A primal survival instinct I didn't know I possessed took over. There was no more room for doubt or disbelief, only for action. I lunged for the quilt, my hands closing around the soft, heavy fabric. The sensation was shocking. It was warm, almost hot to the touch. And it pulsed with that same humming energy, a living current flowing through the threads. It felt like grabbing a live power line. Clutching the malevolent thing to my chest, I bolted for the door. I threw the deadbolt and burst out into the storm. The world was an elemental nightmare. The wind tore at me, trying to rip the quilt from my grasp, and the rain was so dense it was hard to breathe. I fumbled for the keys to my patrol truck, my fingers numb and clumsy. Another bolt of lightning struck the pavement, just yards from where I stood, the concussion throwing me against the side of the truck. The air sizzled, and the smell of burnt asphalt filled my nostrils. I scrambled into the driver's seat, threw the quilt onto the passenger side, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, its familiar rumble a small comfort in the chaos. I slammed the truck into gear and peeled out of the parking lot, tires spinning on the slick asphalt. In the rearview mirror, I saw it, a brilliant, spider-webbing bolt of lightning slammed into the roof of the ranger station, right where my office was. The lights inside extinguished instantly. I didn't have a plan, only a desperate, overriding need to get the quilt away. Away from the cove, away from anything it could target. I drove like a madwoman, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, the windshield wipers fighting a losing battle against the deluge. The storm chased me. Lightning struck the road behind me, then to the side, each flash and deafening crack a reminder that I was still the target. The quilt sat on the seat beside me, a silent, menacing passenger. In the intermittent flashes of lightning, I could swear the blue patch, Basil's patch, glowed with a faint, triumphant light. The truck fishtailed on the slick, winding road that led out of the cove. My world had shrunk to the frantic slap of the windshield wipers and the cone of my headlights cutting through the torrent. Every flash of lightning was a snapshot of a world gone mad, trees bent double by the wind, the road ahead momentarily turning into a river of churning water. The storm wasn't just following me, it was toying with me. A bolt would strike the hillside to my left, sending a shower of rocks clattering down. Then another would hit the creek to my right, making the water flash and boil. It was a cage of electricity, and I was the terrified animal rattling its bars. Beside me, the quilt was a palpable presence. It didn't need to move or make a sound. I could feel its ancient, hateful satisfaction. The humming had intensified, a low thrum that vibrated through the passenger seat and into the very frame of the truck. I risked a glance at it. In the strobing chaos of the storm, the pattern seemed to writhe like a nest of snakes, and the small blue patch, Basil's patch, was the unblinking eye at the center of the vortex. Mavis was in the truck with me. Her century, old rage-sitting shotgun. My mind, fueled by adrenaline and terror, was a frantic scramble for a solution. I couldn't just throw it out the window. It would just find another target, another person. I couldn't take it home. I couldn't take it to another station. The thought of bringing this thing into another building, filled with wiring and metal, near other people, was unthinkable. I had to take it somewhere it could do no harm, somewhere it belonged, somewhere the sky could have it. An idea, born of desperation and a deep knowledge of the mountains, began to form. There was a place, a high, barren peak known as Thunderhead Mountain. The name wasn't a poetic affectation. It was a treeless, exposed knob of ancient rock that was notorious for attracting lightning strikes. The Cherokee had considered it a sacred and dangerous place where the veil between worlds was thin. It was a place you didn't go, especially not during a storm. It was perfect. I was going to give the lightning what it wanted. I was going to make an offering. I turned the truck onto a narrow, unpaved access road, the tires struggling for purchase on the muddy track. The ascent was treacherous. Branches, torn from trees by the wind, scraped against the truck's sides like skeletal fingers. The storm seemed to sense my intention, and its fury intensified. The lightning was no longer striking around me, it was striking at me. The flashes were constant, turning the night into a flickering black and white film. The thunder was a continuous, deafening roar that vibrated in my teeth. Finally, after an eternity, the trees fell away and I emerged onto the bald summit. The view was apocalyptic. I was above the tree line, standing on a naked dome of rock at the heart of the storm. Clouds churned around me, and the wind was a physical force that threatened to push the truck back down the mountain. I put the truck in park but left the engine running, the headlights cutting a futile swath through the maelstrom. Now came the hardest part. I had to get out of the truck. I had to take the quilt out into the open. Every instinct, every bit of training I had ever received, screamed at me to stay inside the relative safety of the vehicle. But I knew I was just delaying the inevitable. The truck was a metal box. It was a target. I took a deep breath, grabbed the quilt, and threw open the door. The wind ripped it from my hand, and for a heart-stopping second, I thought it would be torn away. But it was too heavy. It flopped onto the wet ground, a sodden mass of malevolence. The moment my feet touched the rock, the energy in the air was immense. It was like standing on a giant induction coil. My hair stood on end, and my skin tingled. I picked up the quilt. It was shockingly hot now, like a blanket pulled from a fire, and it pulsed violently in my hands, a furious, dying heartbeat. I staggered across the uneven rock face, looking for a place to leave it. I found a low, flat, top boulder that looked like a crude altar. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I heaved the quilt onto it. The instant it left my hands, the world exploded. A bolt of lightning, thicker and brighter than any that had come before, struck the boulder. It wasn't a flicker. It was a solid, sustained pillar of white, hot energy connecting the sky to the earth. The sound was absolute. A physical concussion that threw me backward. I landed hard on the slick rock, my head cracking against the ground. For a moment, my vision swam in a sea of white spots. As my senses returned, I realized something was wrong. The thunder had stopped. The wind was gone. The rain had ceased. I pushed myself up, my body screaming in protest. The silence was more profound and unnerving than the storm had been. The clouds were breaking apart, and a few pale, watery stars were visible. The storm, the entire, hyper-violent, localized tempest, was gone. It had vanished the second it had claimed its prize. On the altar, like Boulder, there was nothing left but a blackened, smoking scorch mark and the faint, acrid smell of burnt cotton and ozone. Of the cussing cover, there was not a single thread, not a scrap of fabric. Mavis Estepa finally, truly, gone home. The drive back down the mountain was slow and surreal. I was running on fumes. My body a symphony of aches and bruises. When I finally got back to the Cades Cove station, the scene was one of quiet devastation. The great oak was a fallen giant, its splintered trunk pointing accusingly at the sky. The flagpole was a stump, and on the roof of the station, there was a gaping, blackened hole directly over my office. I spent the next day answering questions. The official report cited a freak microburst and a highly unusual series of lightning strikes. My superiors commended me for my presence of mind in securing the station and for my detailed, if slightly edited, report on the storm's progression. I never mentioned the quilt. Who would believe me? They would have sent me for a psychiatric evaluation. It became my secret, a heavy stone of knowledge I would have to carry. Sometimes, when a storm rolls in over the mountains, I still feel a phantom H in my bones. I look at the new flagpole and the stump of the old oak, and I remember the weight of that quilt, the heat, the humming rage stitched into its very fibers. People see Cades Cove and they see peace. I see the layers. I know that the past isn't always dead and buried. Sometimes, it's just waiting in a cedar chest, folded and patient. Some things are better left lost, and some grudges are strong enough to command the sky.